We're streaming, Jim.
Good morning, King Kayfabers, coming to you on a Tuesday. Take everybody a couple extra minutes to realize that we're 48 hours early this week.
So I am just about to post a link in the Patreon.
Yeah, be curious. I was going to say, I should have said it whenever we were doing our weekly, but like if you're wearing Cartoonist Kayfabe gear at these shows, as anything, like an exhibitor or a fan, it's such a community builder.
Yeah.
Like it's instantly you've got something in common with this person that you see walking down the aisle or standing behind a table.
Yeah, it's true.
But it's also one of those things, like I never think of anything on my own, so I should have said it just to be like, you guys wear those colors, man. It'll be a real quick way to meet some friends. Yeah, the lives that we do through the Patreon, they just don't show up on here. I don't know why.
So yeah, it should. So it's not showing.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Like you know what? YouTube is a little different now. Here, go to the channel.
Yeah.
And then. So it ain't showing, huh? It's so weird. Alright, I'll email it.
It might be if I did the YouTube studio. Like that might be, it might show up there. I'll give that a shot.
I'm about to email it.
Yeah, it's not showing up there either, but there are past exclusives that show up there.
Goofy.
I don't know if that's after it's done or what.
Yeah. So I emailed it to you. And let me just make sure that... Okay. Yeah, it's all good. Okay. Fella's starting to show up now.
Excellent. Yeah, we got a good week planned, guys. We can do Outlaw Batman by DC Comics.
John Ostrander knew about Faust, didn't he?
You know what? There's a lot of Faust in those pages. There's a lot of... Between Faust and Grips,
right.
Like somebody did their visual homework for that book. Morning, everybody, man. As always, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for being here, being a King Kayfaber. Always great. Ron, we're recording on a Tuesday because we are driving on Thursday. It's about an 8-hour drive from the time we leave Ed's house, and an hour before that for me to drive over here and load up all the supplies and hit the road. So Thursday for Heroes is just an all-day driving session. It's funny, we've been doing Heroes since, I'm going to say like 2010, somewhere around 2010. And that first year that we went, I think it was me, Pat Lewis, and Ed, I want to say, in a car. And like we left Sunday night. So like right after the show, you do 3 days of show, you barely sleep because you're new and these shows are hectic and you're up all night. And then hop in the car at the end of the show, load out and drive home, get home at like 4 a.m. after a weekend show. Let me tell you, cannot do that at my age anymore. But that was sort of the norm. It was funny, we were talking about it. My wife and I were talking about shows that I've done in drives. I did a show in Fort Wayne, Indiana with Tom Scioli one year where Tom met me at my house at like 3 a.m. We drove to Indiana, did a show all day, drove home. It was like 21 hours or something. The talk about a long day. 7 hours of driving on either end and then a show in the middle.
Straight up dangerous.
Yeah, probably, yeah. But that's kind of how it was. But yeah, the reason for the show today is because we will be on the road on Thursday. So
yeah,
this is our way of not shortchanging anybody, but it does mean changing the schedule around a little bit. Bootlegging is a habit. We won't be sketching at Heroes. That show is just it's crazy busy. We're there to talk to people, to meet people, to sell books to people, and basically to interact with our fans because we don't do a lot of these shows, and there just really isn't time for drawing under those conditions. I used to do I would do a little bit of sketching ahead of time, but even this year I just haven't had a chance. So yeah, that's a show to go meet and greet and talk comics in person and keep your head up. I always think like, man, if you're gonna sit at those shows with your head down, I'd rather draw
Don't be
at
there.
home. Like it'd be more comfortable. You'd get a better drawing, and it's not like I'm talking to anybody if I'm doing this.
That's what the Europeans say. Like you go home. Like don't be at the show if you're gonna just keep your head down. And
I know guys, man, that's how they kind of do it. But I just always like, I'm there to see people as much as I can. That's even limited too. You know, you're behind your table all day, but.
oh yeah, there's no seeing anybody if they don't come up and say hi, man.
George Vega, yeah, we go to the barbecue on Sunday. It was only the first year that we went there that we hauled out of there on Sunday night. I think that probably taught us the lesson too. And it was bad weather on the ride home, so it wasn't just driving home at night after 3 days of not sleeping. It was driving home at night in a downpour after not sleeping all weekend. But yeah, now we drive home on Mondays because it is, you know, you get older, you're exhausted by then.
There was that one treacherous ride home though, on that one Monday where it was bad weather. And it was three things happened. We saw that truck flip over in front of us.
Unbelievable.
It was a pickup truck, not like a Mack truck.
Pickup truck flipped over. We watched the entire rolling of the truck, landed on all four tires, and it wouldn't surprise me if that truck drove away. Like everybody was fine inside, seat belted up, but like the truck landed on four wheels and looked all right.
And we were like, it was so surreal. Where I was like, Jimmy, did that truck just flip over? You're like, yeah, I think so. I pulled out my phone and like 911. Yeah, mile marker 119. Truck flipped over. They're like, okay, we'll take care of it. There was that. There was a Mack truck that had blown out tires without knowing it. So it had like the hula hoop on the rim, you know, like the treads and flipping off as we like sped past that, hoping that it didn't like, you know, blackjack fucking fly off and hit us with a chunk of vulcanized rubber. And then, of course, the coup de grace when we got closer to Pennsylvania, when it turned to Mario Kart, and there was a big-ass tortoise or something in the middle of the hot freeway.
You know, that's a scary incident. Like, I replay that one in my head. We could have been the ones flipping over.
Yeah.
That was a big animal.
Yes. And it just kind of, like, was out of nowhere. And
it looked like a monster crossing the road.
It really did, man. And then, you know, Jimmy's the nice guy. Like, you know, I think that turtle could be all right.
They have a shell.
And then I looked in the rear view and just saw it dancing and doing cartwheels on the street and shit. I'm like, I don't think it's all right. But, you know, it just speaks to your sweetness, Jim.
Yeah, anybody that's on the fence about going to Heroes, highly recommend it, man. It's probably my favorite show I've ever done. That show is, if you're a comics fan, that is the place to go.
And clearly, this is why you thought this was the one to cover.
Right. Yeah, they...
we'll talk about that.
They go full on with that. You know what I failed to mention was the Wizards I'm still looking for.
Yeah, you did. Tell the Kayfabers.
Yeah, anybody coming to Heroes or has extras, I'm looking for Wizards 60 to 67. I have no idea why I'm missing such a big chunk, but those are the ones, and I'm getting close. That is a good one. Andy Kubert?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, when he was like in his Joe Kubert period.
Wish he would have stayed in that period.
Yeah, he did some great G.I. Joe covers with that style. He does a good Snake Eyes.
I can shoot a commercial whenever I come up if you want to do that again. When I start recording, I'll shoot.
Yeah, you'll do the commercial? That'd be great. That'd be great.
I like that, and I like whenever... I can set it over here. I like whenever you find that good break in the video edit.
Yeah.
Where like a question comes up or you point at something.
Yeah.
And there's like some natural perfect spot of like, oh, we'll be right back.
Or just a total dick move. Something real good coming up. I'm eager to put this up tomorrow. So I'm going to say that we're going to be at Heroes Con this weekend.
Do it.
Because I do have some high hopes for this video.
This is a giant period, man. This is about as big as comics sold.
Yeah.
So there should be some fans.
Yeah, like I actually had friends to talk, like, you know, to commiserate about these comics with. That was like such a new phenomenon for me.
Man, Wilson was my guy at this period too. These covers are both really good. Did you hold them up for everybody? We're doing the first appearances of Bishop today.
Yeah. I have other.
Did you lock those in?
I did.
Okay.
These are actually doubles. Like I was looking for my originals. So chewed up.
Yeah.
Like so chewed up.
These are my originals. The X-Men, I didn't part with any of those whenever I purged, so these are just bought off the newsstand. You know, pre-image. Didn't find a comic shop that I started at yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Same deal. I was getting a weird shadow.
Whenever you're ready.
I think I'm good, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to take a look at the secret, unbelievable origin of the X-Men character Bishop. But first, we want to let you guys know that this coming weekend, we're going to be at Heroes Con in Charlotte, North Carolina. We rented a big-ass vehicle, and we're bringing a little bit of everything that we have, man. So look forward to seeing you. If you are below that Mason-Dixon line, you're heading down to Heroes Con. But also, we want to promote Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. This is an initiative that we've put together, started it last year, where we're taking our comic book doubles and our personal comp copies of comics that we had published, and we're taking them around to the local neighborhood, to those free little lending libraries. We're sprinkling comics like Johnny Appleseed around town to hopefully create new comic book readership. And without further ado, Jimmy, can we just jump right into things, man? We're going to take a look at X-Men 282 and 283, first appearance of Bishop. These are absolutely comics that I bought straight off the rack. What's crazy, I was talking to you off camera about this stuff. I picked these up as they came out. Like, some of the ads and stuff were still valid when I picked them up. But I did not pick these up at a comic book store. I picked them up at Hill's department store. But they have direct market corner boxes. Like, for those playing at home who don't know such distinctions, when you would go to a newsstand, a grocery store or something, you would get the UPC box. And when you would go to comic shops, there was no... A lot of comic shops barely had cash registers, man, so they definitely didn't have UPC scanning technologies, so you would just put some kind of kayfabe drawing in there or whatever. So very curious. It makes me wonder how the department store, you know, got direct market comics. But this was such a sweet spot. 1991, I would be 8-9 years old.
I was a freshman in the way my schools were set up. Middle school was 7, 8, 9, so I was ninth grade. And this is the peak. This is 1991. Is your Jim Lee X-Men would have come out shortly before this, X-Force shortly before X-Men, and it was kind of a arrangement. So you've got Jim Lee on a new X book, Rob Liefeld on X-Force, Whilce Portacio, man, a super hot artist. He gets Uncanny X-Men, which I'd been buying from the beginning of my reading days, and then Larry Stroman going on X Factor, and it was like they made so much noise, you know, as a whole, like the X books with that move, and I was on board for all of them. Like, all those artists look really good, and at this point, Whilce had come off of X Factor. I was reading him on X Factor, and I just dug his stuff. And you can see part of what I like right on this cover. These dudes, the biggest quads in comics, and he would draw all the muscles. They were very exaggerated, but it seemed like, you know, anatomy-wise, he had what Jim Lee had, but then even like almost more OCD about the anatomy. Like, you're getting the teardrop quads, you're getting like all the forearm muscles and stuff like that. And they looked a little bit different. You know, he had his own style, and I was on board. It seemed like it was even more lines than Jim Lee.
So let's talk about the humble origins of Bishop. The character, I think it was an editor at Marvel, made the discovery looking through some flea market or something, came across a gang of Electric Company magazines, man. And it's a September 1981 issue of the Electric Company magazine. Has a young Gary Coleman with a choo-choo hat on, a blue shirt with a yellow stripe down the middle, the red kerchief. It's the Bishop outfit.
One of the weirdest character design details in history.
And it was totally outed. Like, it was discovered that Wills was drawing the costume based on Gary Coleman on the cover of Electric Company. The hair and all that stuff, that actually comes from Larry Stroman. He was walking around, Larry Stroman was, looking like Doughboy from Boys in the Hood, the Ice Cube character, man, with that Jerry Curl mullet. They pushed the severity of that Jerry Curl mullet to the extremes. It's damn near Shawn Michaels level of mullet in these 1991 era comics. Even then, the mullet wasn't that cool in my neighborhood. When you talk about comics peak, I absolutely concur, because I was already a lifer in comics, even at 9. Man, I was grabbing them for at least 5 years at that point. No kayfabing. But this was the period where I actually could talk to people about comics a little bit. Like, there were dudes that I went to school with that really responded to this, man. My homeboy Deontay Giles, shouts to him. He was born on the exact same day as me. Our moms were like in adjacent hospital rooms, and he lived just a couple doors up the street. We would grab these comics freaking religiously, and black dude gravitated to Bishop. Finally, there's a black X-Men. Be still my heart. You know what I mean? And you know what? In this comic, he's a bad motherfucker. Take no prisoners.
This cover sets it up. I mean, those are action figures. That's a toy ad right there on that cover. It's so much of that time period. It's a post the gritty, we're all in overcoats, and it is now like G.I. Joe with guns, as Rob Liefeld might say.
Totally.
But it was the hottest stuff going. And it's funny that you say that, and I kind of forgot about this. I remember having a dude on my football team borrowed How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. So it was the comics were like around, you know, they were known and stuff.
So this is also post Chris Claremont, you know, like he was going to be the guy, he was going to write both. He was going to write the Wills X-Men, he was going to write the Jim Lee X-Men, but there's a paradigm shift, and the paradigm shift is Jim Lee inspired. It's about bombastic imagery, and characterization is, you know, that's an afterthought.
Not important.
Yeah, it's and unfortunately it's all done in words. So it makes for a slog to read. On this issue, we have the plot is Will Spertaccio. So he's just drawn a bunch of cool drawings. And it's John Byrne who's putting the words into people's mouths.
I had no idea until rereading this. For 30 plus years, I thought this was Chris Claremont kind of like wrapping it up. And when I saw John Byrne there, it blew my mind because he kind of channels the Chris Claremont eloquence, you know, that style of writing, which is... I don't know that it's good writing, but it's really distinctly like X-Men.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know what? Reading this, because it's been a long time since I read this. Like when I give my spiel about X-Men Grand Design and how you know, I take the first 300 issues, that's just not true. Like I take the Claremont stuff and because it dramatically, it is what it is. It grows into what it is, but it's still reliable Chris Claremont. And then after Chris Claremont leaves, the gulf between the writing is so dramatic because these guys are not writing in their own voices. They're doing Chris Claremont cosplay. And the John Byrne thing specifically, it feels like a cuckold maneuver. You know, like they had their own frictions on X-Men and things. And as soon as Chris Claremont goes away, like John Byrne's there to fuck the wife. You know what I'm saying? Like I think there's calculation in that. But it was
a big if you have to replace Chris Claremont at this time, if you're Bob Harris and it's like, man, we got to figure this out. Byrne's about the best guy you could come up with. There's so much history there. It was news, and I think he only fills in, like, he writes like a couple of issues.
Yeah.
It doesn't go anywhere, but if you guys remember our Wizard coverage, it was big news.
Yeah.
Byrne was coming back to X-Men. It doesn't last, but it's the best you could hope for like trying to replace Chris Claremont.
Look at those storm legs.
You know, I will also note here, Tom Warzakowski on Letters, who we've talked about a lot being important visually for X-Men. The next issue that we'll also look at there are two letters. Tom's on there and somebody else is on there because I don't know if it's deadline or what, but you can feel the difference. There are pages where it does not look like Warzakowski and it kind of feels like X-Men fill-in.
It's that same letterer who does so much of the West Coast lettering. They do the Monkey Man O'Brien lettering.
Yeah, I'm not, saying good or bad, but not Tom Warzakowski, and that stuff's so distinct, the way he sort of has a balance and the way he trims out those dense scripts that I associate with X-Men of this era.
So the story, here we go, guys. The story. The X-Men had a fight with some Sentinels, and supposedly Jean Grey is dead, but she's not dead. Her mind got transferred into another body, into Emma Frost, who's dead, but she's not dead. And she's in the clutches of this Trevor Fitzroy, who, man, I wonder if Gary Oldman played a character like that up to this point, because I feel like I've seen him adorn that sort of attire one or two times in a role. But this feels like a distinctly West Coast inspired character. You'll see New York dudes coming up with that character right there with that goofy hair. That's an art dude.
Yeah, there is a new generation here. Wills and Jim Lee and these guys, they're young. They don't have 20 years of experience. They've got 5.
Yes, and for all the ribbon that we do with Kayfabe and Scott Jobdell and stuff, John Byrne, it is a big ask to have these pages turned in. I tried to separate, words from pictures and imagine I am the writer and I'm getting sent these pages. There's no storytelling on any page. There's no story being told visually, really. Here's a little story. Get a little something. But the lack of clarity is tremendous. So now John Byrne has to create a patchwork to kind of have some congruity.
It's so funny. They end up with a Sentinel's head that the X-Men kind of destroy, and that's what they're trying to get information out of this head.
Right. Tap the information out of there. This Trevor Fitzroy guy, he's got a power, and the power is to create these portals. Turns out the portals only go one way. But the X-Men gleaned enough information that they know that they need to go to this joint to retrieve the body of Emma Frost to hopefully siphon the Jean Grey brain out.
What a cool looking page. Boy, might be the coolest Professor X look you've ever seen, combined with that big two-thirds splash of the jet. That's a pretty good looking page.
That freaking jet, man. Such an albatross.
Oh, I wouldn't want to draw that. Yeah, this Trevor Fitzroy, I don't remember too much about him. I don't know if he's just kind of around for this storyline or what.
Pretty much.
But really making a move here. Taking over the Hellfire Club and being a bad guy, being the classic kind of big personality bad guy.
Look at these Ziggy Stardust villains. That
Where,
shit is so whack.
What future are these dudes coming from? Which is what he's bringing through those portals, by the way. That's not just a portal to another dimension, but a time travel portal. So he's bringing in these, I guess, bad guys, outlaws from the future to...
some homies.
Make his move by, it's Terminator. He's going to go back in the past and take over.
That time paradox stuff is so tough.
Yeah.
When you start to think about it for any little bit, it's impossible. So, here we go, man. We got Wills on the docket, and even as a kid, I recognized that this isn't quite Jim Lee. That's a crazy neck on Archangel, and it just doesn't have that exact level of dynamism.
Yeah, there's a roughness to it. I think his anatomy is sound, but there's a roughness to it where Jim Lee is so smooth with the way he's able to do the heroic kind of poses.
Heck of a craftsman, and that was the benefit that Jim Lee brought to his studio. And if you go on Jim Lee's Twitter or Twitch, his drawing sessions, he codifies his drawing style. He tells you, "What's up, man? You missing your little center spread ad pieces? Maybe this was just direct market."
You know what, man? We've got different... Yeah, that's a whole insert that you have. I don't know if that's worth making note of, but if you look, all those ads you're showing are... this is my page, they're all missing. So that may have been a direct market. That might have even been a repackaging. How sometimes army bases would have an extra insert put in?
Yeah.
It could be something like that. It was going to another outlet, so let's sell even more advertising for it. Yeah, sorry, not to hijack stuff.
Yeah, what were we talking about?
Just that comparison of the Jim Lee and the Wills styles, and all that superhero stuff, but we are going to get into it. And I like all of this.
You know what we were talking about? We were talking about the way that Jim Lee like codifies his drawing. Like when you watch his Twitch, he's so clear about like, okay, when you draw a head at this angle, you do this. He can break it down as a craftsman, as a teachable skill, and then he's got all those underlings who learn from him and who have his kind of style because they internalize that stuff. Watched him like a hawk in that studio. He broke that shit down, and they took heed to that advice.
I wonder if he was going through the studio like. You think of Joe Kubert, put the tracing paper on and show like, no, do a head this way.
Right.
I wonder if he was doing some of that stuff hands-on at the drawing tables as he would go through the studio. And you get to see like, the last page was a bunch of action, so you get to see Will's kind of doing the action and managing the teams. You always hear about how it's much harder to do a team book than Spider-Man or Punisher.
Right.
These pages start to illustrate why. When you've got 4 or 5 characters engaging in combat, drawing them all in these different perspective planes, like it's a lot.
One of the things that we learned from our more recent Rob Liefeld conversations is, or actually I think it might have been Youngblood 6 when we were talking about acquiring Danny Miki, discovering that Danny Miki was assistant to Art T-Bear around this era. So there might be some Miki hand on some of the backgrounds and stuff, though there is very little background to be seen anywhere.
Well, another casualty of having a team, in the foreground. When you've got 4 or 5 people fighting another 4 or 5 people, something's got to give.
It makes it a cinch, like Will and Jim Lee, like they focus all of their attention on the figures, and then you do like energy backgrounds and things. Look at the double lighting on those traps.
That is you could have a whole video on the anatomy of that guy's back. It's almost a Punisher skull.
This is an X-Men for a new era. So Fitzroy, he's got a body count already.
You know what is funny about this? I was looking at Storm when we see her, and I was thinking of Billy Tucci's She costume with the shoulder pads. Fitzroy has the same shoulder pads. Yeah, it's just chaos.
Thick-ass neck on that Colossus.
Colossus is huge. Some of this stuff at times I think does look rushed, and it makes me wonder if there are studio hands involved. Because I think Wilson and Jim Lee may be studio mates at this point. Not sure about that, but I have a feeling they are.
Yeah, it started off with Wilson, Scott Williams had the studio, and then Lee comes in later, and then Silvestri comes in after that.
Yeah, whenever you hear like inkers that have assistants and stuff, it makes me think if you're running a studio, you probably have an assistant or two floating around there, maybe several that come and go.
So here it is, man. This is the intro to Bishop, and at this time, I was already groomed for new characters. Rob Liefeld groomed me for new characters, man. Like Cable came out, Deadpool came out. When I saw this, even this front thing was like I was buying X-Men anyway, but it's like okay, we got some new customers in town here, and they got the X, right? So this is future X-Men.
Yeah, so many questions there, and he shows up. He doesn't show up, but his voice shows up on the page before, where he's like, "Grab him! I want young Fitzroy alive." And you get the close up of Fitzroy's face turning, going, "No, it can't be," and just fear on his face. It's such a good setup. Like that whole page is the setup for, oh shit, who is this guy coming through? And like you say, with the X-Men costume, you got everything you need there to sell me the next issue.
Yeah, totally. And it's funny because like when we were figuring out, okay, let's do this week's books, blah blah blah, and like this is the image that came to your mind, like, oh dude, we should do X-Men 282 First Appearance of Bishop, but he only shows up on that one page. But this is such an iconic image, this is the true kind of first appearance, and it's a pretty bad cover in terms of selling this new character. It's just two characters looking at each other having an argument.
Yeah, I'd be curious about how they got to that point. We always see like cover roughs.
Yeah.
And who knows how busy everyone is if you're doing full cover roughs. But it's a pretty important issue. Right. I'd be curious to see what those covers look like. That said, I actually love Bishop's forearm and arm there. And it's a Whilce Portacio ink job on this cover, which is a little bit different. He goes into the black a little bit more than a lot of the inkers that will work his. And I like his inks for that reason. Me
too. He allows for a little bit more humanity in that line. Like it's like Art T-Bear's trying to do his best Scott Williams. And Scott Williams is known for that precision. I describe it as plastic almost. But Whilce will allow some organic matter to show up. So now we have our future X-Men. They got the M on the eye. That M on the eye has been established from Days of Future Past. So you see that if you're a longtime X-Men fan, you're like, oh shit, they're from Days of Future Past era. Like, is he a narc?
That's the other thing that character set up like is a policeman.
Yeah. But also he's take no prisoners. So, like, he's very willing to kill some dudes, and that's where the X-Men have to step in and say, chill that noise.
Right. That is a ridiculously like provocative kind of pose.
Blur. Yeah, it's the test of strength Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior when Warrior's down on his knees. You ever see that that animated
Yes.
GIF right in the middle of the ring? The speed lines, man, they look good, and they're far more easier to do than a bunch of perspective buildings and things.
Yeah, they don't bother me at all. The characters pop in front of them. I don't know if you had a detailed background of a blown up lab or whatever they're in, if that would have been better. You know what I mean?
It is a trope of Will Spartaccio. Mm-hmm. We just seen 4 or 5 of them in a row.
It might have been something I liked about him too at the time.
Yeah. I mean, that was the one thing that I could crib. I had this. I had this portable. My first drawing board. It was a plastic thing that had like a little sort of bevel, a little hole, whatever. And a little plastic T-square that could go all around. So I had a triangle, and that was something that I could mimic.
Yeah, it's good. This is a pretty badass panel. I feel like he's really leaning in there in a way that projects forward.
Yeah.
And then you get splatter effects. So tip of the cap to the inker on that job.
Totally. And that is something that Wilson would bring to his work. Like when we looked at some of those X-Men issues that had a little homage hand in it, and there were Will's pages, and there were other dudes' pages, and you could tell the Will stuff because it'll have that kind of messiness. And look at like Colossus just gives him that little bitch slap.
Yeah,
like on a scale of 1 to 10, he hits him with like a 2.
That is one I've heard freelancers who did Marvel work who were like told that's not how we throw a punch in a Marvel comic, and I feel like this is one that wouldn't pass mustard.
Right, but it's storytelling. It's like Colossus is so strong that you ain't getting a big one from me, and it's enough to like crack his head into a wall like that.
Right, which you'd imagine the back of his skull's caved in unless he's got some metal skull or something out of Wolverine. This issue I was reading it this week, and I'm like, man, this is dumb. What happens here? Because here you go. X-Men, right? And it's like Bishop meeting the X-Men of this time period. Huge. The biggest thing possible. This is us time traveling and meeting Jack Kirby,
right,
in his prime, sitting at his drawing table. So he's justifiably excited about this. But we're going to see how that turns out.
Right.
And that's the part where I start to go, wait a minute, did I miss a page?
Yeah. This is like the total cartoon thing too, where you got to call each one out by name,
right,
and show them off. But it's all on Angel. You're not Angel. Angel doesn't look like that in my time frame. It's a trick.
Yeah, and I feel like pump the brakes, Bishop. Maybe this is a different X-Men that dies in the next mission, and so you just don't remember him.
Right.
But by the way, you've got Storm and Iceman and Colossus here. 3 out of 4 ain't bad. Like, what are you doing? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill all of you now because I've decided you're not X-Men based on he's concussed from flying into the wall is the only explanation that you can apply to this. Otherwise, he's the dumbest character in the history of comics.
Pretty thin. Now, look at both of these pages. Look at these faces. It looks like almost like a Dan Panosian on the brow. There's some different hands. It doesn't feel 100% Will's to me.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, what happens if it was a, sometimes you'll have a pose where it's like, I just can't get this down angle or I can't get this detail. And you wonder if you're working in a studio, if the guy next to you is like, yeah, just do it like this.
Right.
And you get that little bit of extra, a little bit of somebody else weighing in.
His Iceman was instructive for drawing the figure to me, the way that he sold the forehead piece, because it made me understand the marks that Jim Lee would make on the Wolverine brow.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe understand that a little bit more, because it's one of those things you just don't quite think about until you have to draw a bald head looking down or up. And
he would draw these long faces like on Storm there.
Yeah.
And I remember there was a girl I went to high school with who had the Whilce Portatio woman's face.
The equine features.
And it was, I wouldn't even go that far. It wasn't unattractive, but it felt so much like his kind of subtleties. And I would see everybody. Like there was a Liefeld person I knew that was like, that's a Liefeld face.
I knew a Liefeld, man. It had eyes real far apart.
Yeah, the one you don't want to see is like the Charles Burns El Borba face.
Right. The big baby.
Yes. This is such a ridiculous panel. This is these 3 new badasses unloading, and they're just standing there so stiff. Bishop's just pointing.
Right.
Call on me, teacher.
It's that thing that Rob Liefeld was talking about, like temple touchers. They're all temple touchers.
Right. Storm comes off badass, though, in that next page.
She's a leader. You know, she is the leader of, you know how there was like blue team, gold team? Also the most iconic shirts of the era, by the way. This is the shit where like Todd McFarlane's like, you know what, I'm going to go form Image Comics because you won't give me a copy. That's what he would call it. You won't give me a copy of that t-shirt.
Boy, even as an ad, like it's such a cruddy, like the sweatshirt drawing.
Totally.
It's so crummy.
And just think of like the design, like they're really milking
the
McFarlane art because like that ain't nothing special.
Yeah.
Also, I hate silk screens on the back.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of silk screen on the back. All right, so we retrieved our bodies. We have our Jean Grey, we have our Emma Frost, and their minds are switched around. So now we gotta get them back into the right bodies. I think this might be the start of the White Queen being a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more subdued, a little bit more on the good side.
Yeah, because she's going to be joining them relatively like 3 years from now. I guess.
And she'll be the leader of Generation X. So
that's even sooner than 3 years. That's probably like a 93.
Might be later.
92, 93.
Yeah, it might be a little later, really. So in true Chris Claremont fashion, you wrap up one story, but then you got to like dangle some threads with the next, and this game master fella is going to be to factor in to that.
Yeah, and we're going to end our Bishop appearance here with basically Bishop getting away.
Yes.
Which is great because it sets up all kind of future possibilities of like how are we going to resolve this this super powerful character from the future that looks cool. What's up? What's he gonna do next?
But there it is, man. Based on Gary Coleman, a mixture of Gary Coleman and Larry Stroman, and you get Bishop, the new X-Men for the 90s. And you know what, man? We were on board for that stuff.
Yeah, 100%. There's a letter in the back by a Gerardo Alagian from the Philippines, and I think it's Jerry.
Yeah, absolutely, man. He showed up in Wizard fan art. He showed up in the comments on Cartoonist Kayfabe after we showed off some of his stuff.
Yeah, I think he passed a few years ago, but a cartoonist. Did some work in the industry, indies and mainstream, I think.
Look at all this stuff, man.
This is funny because I'm going to check out here pretty soon. You're going to see a page. I love this cover too.
It's a good one, man. You know what this stuff is to me.
I'm gone here.
This is, if you can't be with the one you love the one you're with, Jimmy. And I stuck with it. It was the only constant I had in my mind in my young life. In terms of comics.
You know what's funny is you talk about Bishop. He's on every cover.
Yes.
Like those last 20 covers that you flipped, like he's on all of them.
Yeah,
they
man.
were pushing him. And not anymore.
Right. Dude, these
John Romita Jr. did a good Bishop.
He did a good run here. Cuz it was his style. This is like when I really started kind of getting more excited about
That's a
them.
cool cover. I love that concept of like the old character, new character.
This would be around X-Men issue 30 where Scott and Jean get married. Like this shit is like so burnt into my mind.
Is Romita Jr.? I didn't realize he did that many issues. That's a big run.
Like a year's worth, and then it jumps right into Joe Mad. Joe Mad pops right in, and like when Joe Mad comes on, it oscillates. It's like this might be a Roger Cruz, yeah. And then we did this one with Brian Lee O'Malley. And then when Joe Mad comes on, here's the thing, dude. These X-Men, the art style changes. It's now Joe Mad inspired X-Men, but the writing never becomes anything but Chris Claremont cosplay.
It's so hard to follow something like Claire. I mean, you write a character for 15 years, it's your character. You're always, people, if they're trying to be true to that character, are always going to have to go back to that source.
This is a good cover. We're going to have to do like an overview of Joe Mad's X-Men, because like I have almost all of it.
It'd be interesting to do the end of his run. You know, like we've looked at some of the early issues. It'd be kind of neat to see how it wraps up. That's an amazing contrast when you think of like the Jim Lee X-Men cover as being that kind of fooled out, you know, multi-cover.
He changes
art.
the game, and look at that pose, man. He's solid.
That's pretty fun too, because they would play, you know, the baseballs and the basketball games and stuff like that over the years.
Chris Claremont cosplay, I'm telling you. That's what this shit is. But you see him getting more and more into his style. Here's the we're getting into the Ninja Scroll issues. Like maybe this will be a good ep.
That could be really cool.
The
I've
Ninja
never
Scroll
read those,
eps.
so that would be new for me.
Look at this stuff, dude. I still stick with it, man.
It's so hard for me to like look at a cover like this and discern anything. Like I can't tell you what kind of story's happening. You know, we're not in just the pinups on the cover stage, but also like I have no idea. I'm such an old. This is my old man. Like I don't know what this style means. It's a good gladiator. Looks like that's a character he's well built for.
Yeah. But you know, once Joe Mad came on, I would just had to see what he was up to. You know, like his art was revolutionary for.
Does he do Spider-Man? Is that a Joe Mad issue? That previous issue?
Yeah.
Because I feel like, you know, I would love to see all those dudes do a Spider-Man run. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty cool looking.
You can see the Ed McGuinness with the thick lines.
Definitely. But Spider-Man's such a good character for that kind of style, I think. And in a way, we miss that, you know.
I'm missing issue 350, and that's a Steve Siegel hit me up when I showed off that one X-Men piece I drew with the four tiers of X-Men, and he was like, dude, I wrote one of those into X-Men 350 because I wanted to see Joe Mad draw something like that.
That's good. That's good. You have to track that down. Do you think it's in a different box?
I don't have it.
Out? Oh, really?
Yeah, for some reason that's like the one that I don't have, and then I just fall off. I'm just done. He probably goes right to Battle Chasers after that. But there it is, man. Secret Origins of the Bishop character.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Good to go, Jimmy?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. We have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on our Patreon are able to check out our videos before anybody else. They're watching us live stream this broadcast. We're going to be at Heroes Con this coming weekend. And we are promoting Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, which is our effort to create more comic book readership. And the way that we're doing that is by taking our comic book doubles, we're taking our comp copies that we've gotten from the publisher, we are dumping those into the free little lending libraries around our neighborhood and in our fair cities. We encourage you to do so as well. This is the second time we're doing it. Last year we had thousands of people participate. I'd like tens of thousands of people to participate this year.
Yes.
But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got going on.
Hulk Grand Design, The Plain Janes, and Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive are all of my books that are in print right now. Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next Image Comics release. That'll be collecting all the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. And my next comic, True Crime Funnies, featuring some short nonfiction stories that I've done recently. That's going to debut at Heroes Con, and details on how you can get a copy if you don't make it to Heroes Con are coming soon. Look for those next week. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read some of these comics that I have been doing recently.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you sooner than later. It is off to the presses, man. Going to be here in time for the holidays. We're collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree into one volume. This is the spine. There is going to be 140 pages of extras that are not in those first 4 volumes, including a bunch of artwork that I've made exclusively for this edition. You see that gold foil, man? Look at that. That's sexy stuff. The canaries are gleaming. Lots of stuff going on this year. The other big holiday effort is X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is going to be coming to you this holiday season, where we're taking all 3 volumes of my X-Men Grand Design comic, putting it into one trade paperback, and going to make it available to you in time for the holiday season. The comics that are on the racks right now coming out are Red Room Crypto Killers. One is out right now. There are 2 trade paperbacks out there of the previous seasons. Issue 2 of Red Room Crypto Killers is going to come to your local comic shop sooner than later. And the final order cutoff for issue 3 of Crypto Killers is going to be Monday as of the release of this video. But lots of stuff going on this year. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have going on.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Good stuff, man. Just so that I don't get super...
A lot of heroes talk among the Kayfabers. People who are gone, people who wish they were gone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good show. If you ever have the opportunity, as a fan, like, here's what's going to happen on Thursday when we get there. After, 8 hours of travel. We're going to get to that convention floor, and there are going to be a few smart retailers who are like, hey, guys, take a look.
Yes.
And me and Jimmy are going to be shopping.
And sadly, it might be our only shopping of the weekend.
Well, what will happen Friday is we get up, we go get our breakfast and all that stuff. We head down to the convention. We set up our table as fast as possible. And there are smart retailers who've been there since 7 a.m. setting their shit up. And they're willing to sell to us at that point also. But it's as a comic fan, it's great.
It really is. Like, we talk about shows where there aren't enough retailers or there are no magazine back issue racks or whatever. You can find just about anything at Heroes Con, comics-wise. And that includes art. There's so many art dealers.
Yeah.
Half the floor is comic book makers, and half the floor are retailers of some sort. And they specialize in everything. You can find the trade paperbacks, the big collections, but also lots of back issues. Indie stuff. Jason Hamlin, who we've had on the channel, usually brings some stuff that you'll only find at his table. European imports, art book kind of stuff. But that's the thing. If you're looking around, last year, one of my good scores, and I don't think I ever showed it off, but I found from Minneapolis, kind of a specialty retailer, had a Dan Clowes silkscreen. And if you read 8-Ball, like the original issues, every so often he would have a silkscreen, some kind of an album cover, a book cover, something like that he did as a deluxe silkscreen. And I was lucky to score one of those last year. I think it was on Sunday. I think he even got a good deal because, it's the last day of the show, and hey, you want to sell that big item. So maybe not a huge item, but a big purchase for me. And it was kind of cool to find that. But it's one of those oddities. Like, I've never seen a Clowes silkscreen, at a show.
Right, yeah.
So it was kind of cool to stumble into that. Yeah, it's a fun show to visit. Good show, too. I think a lot of people travel to that show where it's like buddies meeting up there.
Totally.
You know how it is. As you get older and people move around, it's an excuse to go spend a weekend with your comic book friends. It's a great show for looking at art. There's so much art there. This book's nuts. What year is this?
Let me say 95. 96.
Okay. Man, the 90s are all the 90s to me, except we look at Bishop as 91 and Arseface as 96. Like,
right.
That's...
Can you lock me in?
Quite a distance.
So the next runner-up, man, is the Arseface special. I just imagine this image on the thumbnail.
Mm-hmm. That's a crazy image. Ready when you are.
Yes, sir. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Going to be taking a look at the Preacher special about you-know-who. But first, we got to let you guys know that Cartoonist Kayfabe comic book Christmas in July is coming sooner than later. What we're doing this year is taking all of our comic book doubles and our comp copies, and we are taking them around town, sprinkling them throughout the free little lending libraries in our neighborhood to create comic book awareness, create new readership. The best way to create new readership is to help people stumble into seeing a cool comic, giving it a shot, and trying some more. So last Saturday in July is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, and we encourage you to participate in that as well. Jimmy, let's read some Arseface.
What a comic. Ed, flip that over for 1 second just to show off, like, to me, this is a time period. It really grounds me once I see the ad for Millennium, which is coming off of X-Files, and it just I'm in college. Like, this is all a time period that's so distinct in my mind. And I probably find Preacher a year or two after this is published is probably whenever I start to get into Preacher. But what a cover.
Yeah.
You know, like, you see that thing on the stands, you have to give it a double look. You know, like, you can't walk by there without feeling something.
It was much later that I realized that, and I bet you nobody at DC Editorial knew this, man, but this is a real dude. This is an absolute real dude. And it was one of those Judas Priests, listen to the record backward fuckers that tried to blow his head off. You can watch a video of this guy being interviewed, and they lock, stock, and barrel, down to this divot in the head.
So Garth Ennis knew this.
Absolutely. Like I'm sure it was an instruction to Steve Dillon and whoever, and probably provided the imagery for Glenn Fabry to look and do his thing. But like you could find video of this poor bastard talking, and he talks like at Arseface, like that type of stuff. It's him, and I just imagine that, you know, you're getting a little Garth Ennis in here, I think, in his feelings on suicide and stuff like that. And I imagine that he saw that kid on the TV during that satanic panic and was like, he's got a face like an horse.
Yeah, he's got a face like a comic book character. You know what I mean? Like, clearly that's where he goes with it. One of the most nihilistic things I have read in so long.
Yes.
And I was thinking about it because we're doing some Outlaw comics. We did Kill Image last week. We're going to do Kill Marvel. So this is in between those two books for me reading-wise. And I came away going, this is far more disturbing and upsetting to me than either of those books.
Right. It's seeing how Ennis like builds his stories. You could sort of imagine the bullet points, like how each sort of scene builds to the next. It's very, he's got a system laid out, and to root this in another period of time, you talk about Millennium. It starts off with it's Forrest Gump. It's life is like a box of chocolates. He's sitting on a park bench talking to some douchebag who's next to him who can't understand a goddamn word, and he's pontificating in true Forrest Gump fashion. And the modern day Arseface, our guy here, he's a very naive, kind of a doe-eyed optimist in a lot of ways. It is a revenge tale, like he is on a mission, but
yeah, he's after Jesse.
He is
the our protagonist in Preacher.
So much self-delusion in these root characters from Angel, from, you know, the small town that Jesse Custer was the preacher at, because Sheriff Root has his own delusions, the mother has her delusions, and young Arseface, he definitely has his own delusions as well. Big Kurt Cobain fan.
Right, exactly. That's going to play a pivotal part in this story. You see him right here on the wall. It's a background detail. Interesting takeaway from this. We're going to have two main high school characters that hang out together.
Yeah.
Pube and Arseface. Arseface is 18 at this point, and Pube is 16. Dude, their cast is 28-year-olds are playing these guys, and I wonder if that's an editorial decision, considering the R-rated content, that, like, you can't really have somebody who looks like he's 16 having this experience.
Yeah, that's you know, this it's a Vertigo book. Like, we know that a lot of people don't have the facility for that. The other extremely noteworthy thing is this is a year before Columbine. This comic would not exist in 1997. There's no way that would have passed the muster. The kind of nihilism that existed before Columbine was like, you had your weird dudes that had the anarchist cookbook and would like make bombs in the woods or something, you know, make matchstick bombs or something with a tennis ball. But Columbine changed the game. There's no way this would have been co-signed after that.
Yeah, it's a weird reading experience thinking of it as a corporate comic. This feels like something that you would do now to be super edgy.
Totally.
And you would get shrapnel from this thing now. But for DC to publish this back in the day, and I think that part of it is, I haven't read Preacher as a whole in a while.
Yeah.
And I think if you read Preacher as a whole, you get this sort of, I hate to say it's like an image of America, but there is this kind of like maybe an image of pop culture America, the mythos of America, and I think this fits more in there. On its own, it's a strange book. Within the context of Preacher, it's a little bit different because now we're looking at everything from pop culture to teen culture
Yeah.
to religion. You know, like you're kind of doing this whole, like, this is the American, what we're selling you, and this has a spot in it. But
Yeah.
when you take this out and isolate it, it's just like, what are we doing? You know, like, it is intense, it is bleak, but it's also part of a bigger whole if you put it in the Preacher story.
Arseface is the Boba Fett of Preacher, and the whole origin is spelled out in issue 1 or 2 of the Preacher comic when you first see Arseface. It's all so this is the Titanic. Like, we know where it ends. I mean, you see this.
Right.
We know where it ends, so it's about the destination, and that's a tough creative exercise for a writer, because we know the ending, so you have to make the destination to get there an entertaining ride.
The other book that I would pair this with, if we're looking at context, the Spawn child abuse issue, because it's also a police officer that's abusing his kid, which is what we're seeing here. Arseface's dad is a sheriff in this little town and is horribly abusive
Right.
to him. And, you know, think of the two different versions of abuse that are on those 2 pages between the McFarlane version and the Garth Ennis version.
Totally. And this is just one of those kids. We talked about it before on the channel, but there are just those kids that are just behind the 8 ball where even teachers don't like them.
It sucks so bad because I remember these kids, and I remember Stephen King's On Writing when he talks about the girls he went to school with that he kind of thought about when he was doing Carrie.
Exactly.
Where it's like, it's not just they're abused by their peers in school, it's like they're abused by the world.
Yeah, just everybody. Like, they recognize him as being fully off. So he gets beat up by, like, you know, the school jock, the cliche, right? He's pining over a girl, the teacher kind of narcs him out, and then she gets disgusted by him. And so his only salvation, and this would be the same with those kids as well. They would have, like, their one friend, and it wouldn't even be a friend, really. Like, it wouldn't be a friend the way you have a friend or I have a friend. It would be like, we are an island of misfit toys. We could tolerate one another, but you don't even necessarily like each other, but you sit at the same lunch table.
16.
I know, right?
16. That dude might be 35. I might have been lying earlier when I said he's in his 20s.
Yes, this is Richard Case on the artwork, not to be confused with Richard Pace.
Right. Yeah, Richard Case coming off of the Grant Morrison Doom Patrol run would be a big body of work for him.
And this is a whole style in the 90s with these kind of backgrounds, he does angles, and stiff figures. You know, it's very, very stiff figures.
Yeah, you see a big contrast if you think of, like, the feathering of a Marvel house style of the 80s. One of several styles that was like, we're going to go against that.
Yeah, and, you know, I think of, like, the Starman comics.
Yeah.
Like DC had a whole wing of comic art that wasn't far off from this. So they take refuge in drugs and Nirvana.
Right.
They're all in. Our boy can't even, handle the drugs all that much, so Pube is clowning on him.
Yeah, that's funny, too. Whenever, like, the 2 kids that are the outcasts, even within there, you get an hierarchy of, like, okay, now I get to bully you a little bit.
And we see that the dad is, like, far off the rails. Like, he's not just, like, an abusive guy, but he also, like, expects there to be space aliens.
Right. Which he refers to in the most offensive way possible.
Right. When I saw this ad, it's like, I'm going to have to put that on the pull list.
Those are so great, those Essential Swamp Things. Reprinted in crisp black and white, man. I always say Toddlebin and Bissett are the heroes of Swamp Thing. Never do they look better than in those crisp black and white Essential Swamp Thing reprints. They're gorgeous.
On good paper. So because our guys are so old looking, it ain't no thing to be able to go to the adult bookstore and get some analog porno. I guess this is how it was done back in those days, huh, Jimmy?
It's a weird piece of the story, too. You know, like, I don't remember that porn was a big thing in my high school.
Right.
And that would have been,
it can't
I
be.
graduated in
You were
95. Right. But, like, you have these kids in high school going to the porn store. Like, that's an event. That's
Right.
part of the drugs and rock and roll
You know what this
in
is?
the adult bookstore.
Here's what this is. But I was talking about this with Jeff Darrow. And he was talking about how, man, it was one of those book series. It might be Remo Williams. It might be The Destroyer. That started to get ghost written by British dudes, and so it takes place in America, and there would be all of these inaccuracies. And he talked about, like, the biggest one that he remembers is the coyotes were circling the canyon, or like it was something about flying coyote, mistaking coyotes for vultures.
Gotcha.
And maybe in the UK they just think that dudes can jump into porn shops
Well, that's
no matter
the
what
interesting
age.
thing. Right, exactly. Like, once you're looking at it from outside the culture, like what you've got here, especially if we're doing like fringe culture and outsiders and the adult bookstores, I'm fascinated by them. They're a weird distro piece of history in America. They just weren't something that was a part of my high school experience, and maybe because there wasn't an adult bookstore anywhere near my high school. If
Yeah.
I was in a bigger city, maybe that would have been more important to some of the kids.
I always feel like they're more ubiquitous around like the rustic spots. Like when we
I see
go
them on
traveling.
truck, like highways, is
Yeah.
where I see them.
Yeah.
We'll pass a couple on the way to Heroes.
We will. And so, like, it's all a contrivance to create an awkward scenario where our guy starts to gain a little ground with the girl, you know, and then leave it to that other guy, Pube, to sort of cock block him.
Pube's not a good wingman.
No. And just fully turn her off.
But he's only 16 and has that disease where you look like you're 43. So he's awkward around girls.
Right. I wonder if this is the same church that Jesse Custer will
That's
then
interesting.
be preacher in at some point.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I didn't even think about that possible connection. But we see the alcoholic mother who is now, turning to her preacher for like, I can't take it anymore. What do I do? My life is awful. My son's abused. My husband's,
And of course, divorce is not the answer in Christian religions.
And this is Garth Ennis cutting a promo on Christianity here. You've got Jesus. He loves you. The worse your life is, the better he is. That's hard to sell.
Jesus will help you get by. She goes, get better? He's like, no, bye. So this is like one of those real heartbreaking pieces, man. So she goes to, pick up a new bottle of vodka and is like, can you fill this for me? And he's like, dude, this ain't a pharmacy. Like, she's either fully out of it or looking for like illegal street drugs.
If you're I feel like if you were going to do this story today, she dies of an overdose because she's mixing these like sleeping meds with alcohol. Like, a lot of people, that's the formula for overdosing. And given the scenario here, that feels like something that would have happened within this story.
Yeah. Yeah, from what I understand, it doesn't take that much Xanax to work very negatively with like a little alcohol. So our guys, see, this is that real eerie Columbine shit because, like when you read about those boys, there was like there was the recessive one and there was the dominant one, and the one guy who talked the other one into kind of doing stuff, evangelizing on one, and you have that dynamic here. It goes to the point where the dude is like, well, we need to get a gun. And good old Sheriff Root, who's waiting for the Martians to come, always sits there with a gun on the lap. He does his fair bit of drinking.
What a strange wrinkle to his character that he has this Martian infatuation.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because like, it's a thing that separates him apart from like your straw man, small town sheriff.
And it's the reminder for me of just how hot X-Files was. Because it's just weird. It's a really weird detail.
You know what it is too, man, is like, it's never a Harvard professor who sees these damn aliens and stuff. It's always some shit kicker.
You know what? Nice job on the coloring.
Absolutely.
This book is dark a little bit for my taste, but I like that you get this scene is defined by that greenish blue color, and now we're in a different scene, and the color instantly tells you, okay, we're somewhere else.
Matt Hollingsworth, man, he is one of the unsung heroes of the Preacher creative team during the early run. It would become I think her name is Pamela Rambeau. It becomes the colorist for like the second run of Preacher, and it is not the same. It just is not the same. When you get to this page and it is on a page turn, you know where it's going. And I feel like we're getting a little, Gigi Allen is being remembered here. Man, we got the like, sort of pantless band on stage.
Hey, one more note on the colorist is this is clearly the digital color era, but you see he's doing flat colors.
Pretty much, yeah.
So, it's kind of neat to see how people were pushing what you could do with digital. Like, you get to mix a bunch of inks that you didn't get to mix in the past, but you don't have to do gradients on everything or, starburst effects or anything like that.
Yeah, I think at the time, like a lot of the colorists were very excited to just have a smooth color where you don't see dots on the flesh tone or whatever. This is what like one of those examples is just like so flat.
It is. It really
You
is.
know, like Richard Case needed to see your Super Mag cover to figure out how to draw that
Yeah.
facial impact a little
Smash
better.
that nose in a little bit. But you know, this style, it kind of lends itself to static moments. Like I think of Dan Clowes is a very still. A lot of his panels are very still compared to like a Marvel method of like motion being in there. And sometimes whenever you now need to do some motion, it doesn't. It can be hard to get everything out of a style, get that full range.
It's true. Probably the apex of this kind of style would be a Duncan Fegredo. He did the Jay and Silent Bob comics with Kevin Smith, and you know it's adjacent aesthetically and subject matter wise with this kind of thing.
It'd be funny to put together the Slacker collection of comics of like the guys in the flannel shirt.
That's one of the things, man. Like a big part of the subject matter of my next comic. It's rooted in the '90s, man. So I'm just kind of revisiting a lot of this kind of stuff to see what the tropes are of the era.
Man, this haircut and look, it's in Street Angel.
Oh, yeah.
It's in the Plain Janes. It's in a ton of comics. That was one of those kind of like that shoulder length hair on a dude, big time in that mid '90s. Again with the flannel shirts, like you've probably seen it Ed, as you're going through like '90s
Oh, sure.
comics of that, the feature that slacker kind of grunge influence.
Get hold of Sheriff Root's gun, blow a dog away. So now their dicks are hard with the destructive capabilities of that weapon.
And also, we don't like anybody now.
No,
They killed the dog.
Right.
The guys we're supposed to sympathize with killed a dog.
right.
You're out. I mean, you are. It's that simple.
Yeah, but it does speak to the '90s vibe, right? Like where it's just like the nihilism of that era. Everything sucks.
Yeah, you wonder how much this is a critique of Nirvana.
Yeah,
You know, like that's I feel like that's something that was leveled against that music whenever I was a kid that I would hear about.
totally.
And in a way, this whole book is about that.
Our boy's getting one last ass whooping.
Yeah, Dad's not happy when Junior comes home with that shotgun.
Yeah. And they did a good job sort of building up Sheriff Root as just this like ominous figure. Just the worst, man. I think in one of the Wizard casting calls they said like our Leamri should be him in the movie, and it's like goddamn right. Like he has to be the template for that character. So our boy gets one last ass whooping, and at this point he's done. He's done. He's moving out. He's gonna go live with Pube, throwing out his last issue of Anal Spittoon.
That's one that surprises me that DC would let pass.
Well, in issue 5 or 6, 7, one of those issues with that private investigator, like there was a anal rampage was one of the things. So I feel like this is very true too, man. Where you have this like fuck off dude that you're friends with, and then has like an exceptionally hot college age sister. And he floats it, hey, are you living here with us? She's like, hell no, man.
Yeah, Pube's grandmother's going to assisted living, opening up a room where our guy can come and get away from his dad.
Yeah. Sister just finds out that whatever his name is, Charlie or whatever, his name is Pube in school.
This stuff always also calls to mind like other disturbing stories of this nature. Like I think about some of Andrew Vox like Hard Looks comics that,
yeah.
like the James O'Barr one in particular, absolutely horrific abuse in that one. And it just, all those things then just kind of stir together to me as like, you can dance around and make stuff a little more cartoony or whatever, but also like you've seen the horrific parts,
Right.
and they become one and the same. And this is such a bad scene because like, this is nice.
It's hopeful.
Right. Like this is really like, you know what, man, if he gets out of his dad's house, maybe he's got some hope.
Exactly. And that's life. That's like the lesson that you got to tell like all your cousins and stuff who are, angsty teens and shit. It's just like, yo, survive it. Just survive it, man. And you're going to get out of there. You're not going to be stuck with those people. You're going to find a girl or a guy or whatever, and it's all going to be good. But you just got to like live it. I thought this was a very sharp storytelling page here because you got the shadow of the cop car showing up. The conversation continues. you see the glare. You never see this in comics where you have like a TV that's off with like a visible glare. And I was making note, oh, that's a cool thing. Continue the glare, and then you got that shadow.
Yeah, that's
and
really
we
great.
and we know that silhouette, and you see the glare even right there as they're talking, and they're vibing, and she's actually giving him some science. She's being like a good big sister to him, just saying like, yo, don't follow my brother. Establish him much more about Pube as a character, as like, yeah, he has some charisma and stuff. He has enough charisma that he's younger than this dude, but this guy is following him sight unseen.
Yeah, she really does give him the warning. And in the end, it's like he just doesn't listen to her.
Right.
Like there's a chance in the end when he doesn't have to follow that dude. But instead...
It's all hopeful until you get the BAMs, man. And then it's just that reversion back to adolescence. Like, that's... Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say a note on the reflection in the television. It makes me think of No Country for Old Men. There's that great scene in the trailer, where they're just trying to figure out... Tommy Lee Jones comes in and it's like trying to figure out the killer was here. What's he thinking? But it's that kind of detail, and it's amazing because I mean this is a decade or more before that movie, so not like they ripped it off.
And just like purely emasculating a kid, man, right in front of mom, and it's that subordinate mother figure that just has no say in the matter. Get in the kitchen, catches that beat down from old Sheriff Root, because we have to take all hope out of this boy. It's all got to go. We got to build something that there feels like there's just no escape. Got our drunk ass mom right here.
Man, Bible in one hand, bottle in the other. And this would have been impossible to read if this looked like a kid, if this looked like your average 18-year-old. I don't know if I'd be able to read it.
Yeah, maybe.
And now we're really leaning into the Nirvana with the Nevermind chapter title.
Yeah, absolutely. And upon discovery that Kurt Cobain killed himself, so there it is. It's like the last, their savior, their hero. That was a devastating thing to people in school when I was a kid, man. I feel like it all happened the same year, like because we had Channel 1 News, where Anderson Cooper at homeroom class, like you would watch the news, and it was pumped into schools. And of course, all the advertising was for OxyClean and like that type of shit.
Yeah, which meant the poor kid that had the worst acne in the room every morning would get a reminder, and everybody poking him a little bit extra.
But I swear, it feels like Kurt Cobain, Tupac, and Biggie. It was like all at the same moment, within like months of each other or something like that. So of course, and there were tribes. There was like, all right, here's the grunge tribe, but you can't hang out with like the other kids. You're just like a part of that thing. You hang out with the chicks with the short hair that look like Veruca Balk or whatever the hell that lady's name is from American History X, with the short haircuts and the army jackets. And like the cool kids ain't hanging out with you. They're reminding the slacker douchebags that their hero's dead, and that's a bridge too far.
Yeah, 16-year-old Pube pulls out a knife for all the good it does him.
Yeah. And gets thrust upon his own petard, I believe is the term, man. Gets his ass beat up with his own guitar.
Yeah, Jeff Jarretted right in the head. Or Honky Tonk Man.
Yes.
Take your pick.
Yeah. So now Pube is emasculated in front of his friend. He's got nothing to live for. Future Arseface has nothing to live for. Let's go get your dad's gun. And we have our woe is me. Let's do this shit. And they graphically show it. I think in true Preacher fashion, what should have happened right here is you fall through the gun, like the gun comes up as you hit the ground. Make it go right through the wound.
Yeah, you're right. In Preacher fashion, where our boy Arseface then has to put a boot on the guy to pull the gun back out, right. Pull the arrow out.
There was that one part I watched the Departed not too long ago, man, and Jack Nicholson shoots a lady in the head at a like a waterfront, and then he looks at his guy and he's like, "She felt kind of funny." Like, that's the word. He's like, she felt kind of funny.
Yeah, this is like a Triple H bump. You know, wherever you'd see them do the stumble around a couple of times before they oversell the fall. Man, I wouldn't even like to draw this.
It's pretty tough. Yeah, it's pretty tough, man. And of course, they didn't take it that far because, like, we're doing some theater of the mind, but there's logistics here. You know, that brain case is sitting back here. He's shooting straight up.
Yeah, you can see the hole in the forehead is your exit wound.
Right. Yeah, the logistics are all there. And the sister shows up looking for a little bit of answers. What the hell? And
mourning and grieving.
In true nihilistic fashion, nobody cared. Like, woe is me type stuff. And that sets her off. She throws it right back at him, man. Maybe you fucking idiots didn't care. And then that triggers a spark that... I always think that the Arseface character, he got one of those, like, pre-orbital, frontal orbital lobotomies.
That's what I think, too, because his characterization completely changes.
Yeah.
They don't acknowledge it, but that's the only explanation I can... Well, I kind of wish they would have acknowledged it in some way, because I feel like there's a documentary about people who jump off of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Right.
And then the survivors talk about how much their feelings change almost instantly before they even hit the water. And I wonder, like, what the thinking is on Garth Ennis's part is the character turn.
Yeah.
Because the lobotomy's where I went to. Like, I assume he's doing some brain damage with this, but it is that frontal lobe.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And if you try to enunciate that stuff, it all works. Like,
Right.
Garth Ennis really, like, puts in that effort to get the proper syllables in there.
I want to imagine, like, the letter messing one of these up, like getting a note back and being like, that's a U, it's SHLUB.
The mom finally gets up some gumption and leaves old Hugo Root away.
And leaves her son after he's attempted suicide.
Yeah,
There's no redemptive qualities for her either.
Welcome to Preacher Land, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'll say. Nobody's getting out of this alive.
So Sheriff Root, and this begins the piece where he just doesn't even talk to the boy. Like, the boy is dead. In fact, when the boy's in the hospital, like the dad gives him some better advice on how to properly do the job. But we established the characters that are now in Preacher issue 1, basically. He completely ignores the boy, and the boy is... I'm going to be the best son in the whole world. Can't help but laugh a little bit.
Oh, it's definitely a black comedy.
And then we have our bookend sequence continuing the Forrest Gump theme. And he continues the story while the dude is hitting that's like a water pipe or something, man. And is like, I don't understand a fucking word you're saying, dude.
Yeah, what's he smoking there? Is that weed?
It's like crack rocks, man.
Yeah, I have questions. I would be so curious, like, how Ennis feels about this book now, how the editors feel about this book. It's just so far. It feels about as far as you could push. Like, I'd be curious for somebody, what's a more bleak or offensive comic that DC has published?
That's a good question.
And I would bet nope.
That's a good question.
If there is one, I bet Garth Ennis is the writer. It's nuts how far he pushed everything. But I do think this is a certain take or critique on music, and specifically grunge music of this era. So
like I said, man, the real life analog to this character is that kid that did the Judas Priest gimmick. So you replace Judas Priest with Nirvana, and you update it. You add, rather than the Satanic Panic of the 80s, you have the nihilism of the 90s, and it's a Garth Ennis commentary on all of that stuff. That's probably what's the height of this grunge shit, is probably what's being exported to him wherever he lives. And even the people who were participating in it saw it as a big joke. Like, I just actually watched that documentary called Hype about the grunge movement, of Sub Pop Records in particular. And there was a girl who worked at Sub Pop who got a call from the New Yorker or something, and they wanted like a glossary of terms from the grunge era, and in true kind of slacker fashion, she was just making up the most bullshit stuff and telling them that they printed it, they published it in the article, man, because she was deemed to be trustworthy for it or something.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but it's just such a piece of 90s nihilism, and you're right, man. It is. I can't think of any DC comic that's gone farther.
Yeah, I don't see a Comics Code stamp on this one.
No, that was the beauty of Vertigo, though, man. You good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is the last Saturday in July, and we're dumping a bunch of comics in those free little lending libraries in our neighborhoods and communities. We encourage you guys to do the same. Thousands of people have done it last year, which was the first time we did it. We'd like tens of thousands of people to give it a go this round, but the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So Jimmy, tell the people what you got going on.
Hulk Grand Design, the fluorescent green oversized Treasury Edition, the Plain Janes, and Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive are all available in print right now. My next book, Street Angel Princess of Poverty, will be coming out later this year from Image Comics, collecting all of the Street Angel comics not in Deadliest Girl Alive, and debuting, by the time you see this video, True Crime Funnies #1. This is a collection of 3 nonfiction short stories, a couple wrestling stories in there, as well as a classic true crime story. These will be available widely after Heroes Con, so keep following Cartoonist Kayfabe for details on how you can get a copy of True Crime Funnies. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read some of these comics and my new comics as I create them.
Super cool, man. You're looking at the gold foil cover for the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. It's going to collect the 4 volumes of the Hip Hop Family Tree series that exist under one volume. It's going to be 504 pages. Take a look at that spine. That's a lot of comics in that book. And it's going to have 140 pages of additional material within that volume. Also, in time for the holidays, we're doing X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. It's a trade paperback collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design work into one handy-dandy trade paperback that is going to come in time for Christmas. And the comic that I'm working on right now, Red Room Crypto Killers, is slowly coming out in stores. Issue 1 is out. Issue 2 is going to be out in stores in no time, within the next couple of weeks. This is the cover to it. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. And each of these issues is completely self-contained. There are 2 existing trade paperbacks of the previous seasons of Red Room. So give our books a shot. Give our books as gifts, and keep the lights on in the Kayfabe studio so that we can keep making these videos for you. Jimmy, what else do you got going on?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics. Have you seen interviews with Ennis where he talks about influences, especially on like Preacher?
Not really.
I'd be really curious, because I bet they're coming out of like literary influences rather than they feel like they fit right into Outlaw Comics.
Right.
But I don't know that Outlaw Comics what he would be getting, you know?
Totally.
But I could see him getting stuff like movies and books and things.
Yeah, I definitely think
Fringe
Filmic is.
It's such a fantastic series to think about as a pitch in hindsight, because it really is like, hey DC, I have a hard Outlaw comic that we could run through Vertigo. It's also a Western. I was just reading about this guy, Louis L'Amour. He's a Western. He's a writer, but he's written super prolific. He's dead now, but he wrote like over 100 books. 20-something have been made into films, and his books have sold over 300 million copies. Like, they're all still in print long after he's dead, and they're all built on the Western genre.
Nice.
Can't be showing off Red Room Crypto Killers 1 without...
That's goddamn right.
Show some of these covers.
Here, can you lock that in? And we should... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to put this one out this week, too, since it's final order cut off, so we'll show off your cover.
Put that over there so you can yank it over as necessary.
I love that Tarantino. You know what? On his Video Archives podcast page, I don't know if you've been paying attention to it, like listening to it lately. A
little bit.
But they've been, for the past couple of weeks, they've been doing like a After Mag Kayfabe Rick Dalton eulogy, where they're treating, it's just, for hours they're talking about Rick Dalton as his career as if he's a real guy. It's real weird, man.
I haven't heard any of that. I'm gonna have to check that out.
It's and at first, like, they got me, cause like I'm listening to it, and that Roger Avery dude, he I think he like killed somebody drunk driving and was like in prison and stuff. And so he's like, now you guys know it. Like I did a prison bid, and like one of the things that just like really annoyed me about Rick Dalton is that the vinyl mattress was from it said Rick Dalton Incorporated on it, so he had a hand in the company that makes prison mattresses. So I just saw his name all the time, and it made me itchy and made me like I just hated it. Like, but they're talking at that level of detail about this Rick. It's a very weird.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah, I don't get it at all. But they're just doing some weird world building shit. But I wish I could produce that podcast for them, because like I think they're off. Like the format doesn't work for me. They start to bore me out a little too much.
Yeah, I listened to it early on and then got away from it. My schedule's been so weird though. Like I'll go weeks without listening to podcasts, and then it'll be like 4 days at the drawing board listening to stuff.
Yeah.
And catching up, but also like there's a time delay.
Right.
It's just kind of it's been a weird year for on and off.
I think I got a new grip of some good stuff to keep me company while I like execute pages, man. I got a torrent of Ken Burns documentaries.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. I got this one that I was messing with as I was getting the strips production ready. And it was about the American Revolution, and it must have been from like 1990 or something. So from existing documents and stuff, they would have actors say the stuff that like Alexander Hamilton said in his diary or some shit. And I forget who. It's just like maybe some soldier or something. I don't think he was a very important guy, but Philip Seymour Hoffman is one of the dudes. Neat. And Senator Clay Davis from the Wire is like one of the black soldiers that got recruited by the British, promised freedom and shit. And so it's like it got real actors in there. It is pretty cool. And I was like, oh man, like this is pretty good. Like maybe is there a Ken Burns? And somebody just like has a clip, like it's like a 50 gigabyte set.
That's good stuff. You know what I think's interesting with that is like that's a thing that's become cultural. Ken Burns, like his style and everything. So if you go through a bunch of his stuff, it's almost like this is one more voice style thing that's become a part of Americana.
Totally.
I saw Saturday. I went to an elephant preserve in Somerset, 1,000 acres, and it's like gated, to get in and stuff. And kind of in the middle of it is a Revolutionary War cemetery. Wow. So they've like built around that because what are you going to do? But the guy who is like the longest tenured person was who gave us a tour, and he was saying like people have given him stuff from the Revolutionary War cemetery. Most of the stones you can't even read them; they're worn off. But a few, like the military ones, have been replaced and upgraded. And there's a guy who was a soldier, had 27 kids to the same woman, and then when he died, had a will for everything, and somehow like I guess descendants have passed the will on. So like he has it, and he was saying like everybody, it's spelled out like an ox and 2 chickens to this person, like breaking down like all of his stuff in this will, and it's just the weirdest document.
Right.
I mean, you figure that's 250 years ago.
Yeah.
It's pretty strange. As American history goes, that's about. We don't have the years that like Europe or Asia or somewhere has, so it's kind of neat when you see those little pockets. It was also a Jurassic Park moment for me because like we were going around this 1,000 acres big tour and come around this one bend where it was like just this huge field, and then in the background are like trees and then like blue sky above, and right in the middle is an elephant.
No, that's
and
cool.
It's that all I needed was the soundtrack to like play up, and it'd be like when they see the brontosaurus is walking, and it's like
What happens in the winter?
They keep them inside. He said that they go out if it's about 32 degrees about the cutoff. He said basically if he can be outside in a t-shirt for 10 or 15 minutes, then they'll let him out for like an hour, but otherwise they stay in. They have a barn. It's like the biggest barn in North America, over an acre, that's under a roof. So, they have all kind of facilities, grow all the hay they need there on the site. It's a pretty wild operation.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
But it's so weird. There's a cemetery right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Ready when you are?
Let's do it. Welcome to welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Going to do a Red Room Crypto Killers 1 director's commentary track, going through the issue. But I want to let you guys know that it is final order cutoff for issue 3 of Red Room Crypto Killers. This is the cover that Jimmy did for Red Room issue number 1. You can see that Homeboy is able to forge documents with the best of them, doing his Rob Liefeld Gilbert impersonation to a T. And this is going to be Jim's effort for the 3rd issue of Red Room. Sans the dope ass Red Room logo that he was able to make, the Legend logo. You got that piece of art, man?
I don't. It's all digital. The logo is all digital.
I saw that piece of the Legend logo though.
Oh yeah, I do have that.
Yeah, let's show some of that stuff off, man. So you know the Legend logo goes there.
The Easter Island head.
Easter Island head, it would be that. And then Jimmy did a couple passes of this because there's going to be a backup in that issue.
Yeah, it worked out so well with the backup feature to perfectly tie into the cover.
Yes.
And that was what I was trying to, you try to make these pieces all fit right. And sometimes they do, and sometimes you have to just be creative. In this case, because you have a backup, it was like the perfect piece. And even, I don't want to give anything away, but it's on the title, Yeti is in there,
right,
which is perfect for a Monkey Man homage.
Yeah, dude. So, Jimmy, thank you so much, man, for hooking it up. And this issue is the one that has my, Tarantino analog character in there. So your store has to order these books by Monday as of the release of this video. So make sure you put in your orders now so that your store knows how many to order and we know how many to print. And without further ado, let's hop into things, Jimmy. I guess we should also let people know about Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. This is when we're going to dump a whole bunch of comics onto the population of the United States and elsewhere if your country has those free little lending libraries. Last Saturday in July, dump your doubles, dump your comp copies, go buy a couple of comics and dump them into your free little lending library in your neighborhood. And let's generate some new comic readership. And the way that we can do that is by introducing people and putting comics in front of people's faces who might not necessarily be looking for them. And we'll stumble upon them, give them a shot, and might become lifers in the same way that you and I are. So, Jimmy, let's just jump right into things, man.
Yeah, let's do that. This text piece in your beginning intro, I did homages in Aphrodisiac. I always think of the Marvel comics, the Jim Shooter era Marvel comics, where it's like, we're going to sum up the book for new readers. Start here. And I think you do a really good job on that text piece as like the summation and dive right in from there. But I remember writing some of these and being like, these are for me. Nobody's going to read this fine print.
Right.
And I got so many comments on it. So, reading this issue, I was like, yeah, it's good. That's good stuff. It's a good starter. It sets the tone.
Yeah. What does Marvel do now? They'll put a whole page that will be that, and that's kind of whack. So, Jim Shooter did a couple of things quite correctly. And you do your sum up because every comic is somebody's first comic. This comic is designed to be somebody's first comic. So, give them a glimpse in the world, and with this top box, that is what all stories from Red Room hang on that. So it's okay, let's look at the murderers, let's look at the victims, let's look at this one problem from a bunch of different angles. And of course, with a splash page, you need to have some arresting imagery, right, to get people on board. And with this last 4-issue run, I think I got some of the best page ones that I've ever put together in a comic.
It's so cool to think that way. Because, we hear from so many first-time makers. And look, man, when you're making a comic for the first time, you're not juggling all those details. It's as you get down the path of being a creator and you start thinking about this stuff on kind of a micro level. Like, we say it all the time. I want to open the book and hook me. Hook me again. I picked it up with your cover. Now, make me buy it with that first page.
Right. The character is based large part upon the BTK killer. And you could find photographs of that guy dressing himself up with weird female Halloween masks and taking pictures of himself all tied up with a timer on his camera and stuff. So we're building some of that into this, but nobody knows that he's actually a Red Room killer. That's the deal. He has gotten caught because he kept trophies from past crimes, but nobody knows to the extent of his transgressions. And that initial image was an iPad. So now we're seeing who the holders of the iPads are, and it's two kind of college age girls with the daughter of that killer sitting right behind them, because it's the talk of the town. It's big news. This is Jeffrey Dahmer. This is Ted Bundy. This is like the du jour, big time serial killer talking that shit, man.
That's such a wild notion, imagining this happening like in your town.
Right. Especially if it's, a smallish kind of town. One of the things that I like to do a lot, it's always fun whenever it's getting copy edited, is Eric Reynolds, co-publisher of Fantagraphics, is the editor of this, man. And I'll get his feedback, and he'll be like, Ed, what the fuck is a FOD map? And that's like the new one, right? Like, they've conquered gluten and have a gluten-free section. Mark my words, man, you're going to be getting the FODMAP section, and that's just carbohydrates that make you poop too much. So this is one of those issues that, if you read all of Red Room, you can get a bigger picture, but I did design it to be singular. In issue 1 of the very first Red Room comic, as part of a graduation gift, the father, Davis, gifts the daughter a backpack full of money, and it's like a little woven in piece, just like a little missive, a little inspirational quote from Dad that she kind of like looks at and just thinks about him. But what I'm setting up is that she's a pariah in the town, like
right.
Because of like the things that that her dad is guilty of, she is now an unwilling like focal point of the community. Somebody on the bus recognizes her. She leaves to go to work, and there are people just waiting for her to show up at work, talking about TMZ paying $500 a pop for pics of the cannibal's daughter. She makes it to work. The old man at the coffee shop, locks the door, calls them jackals, calls them vultures, but he is running a business, and it is becoming a little bit too much for him to handle. He's got to let her go, and she takes it well. You notice I'm using that 8-panel grid,
right?
Reading Stray Bullets, rereading Stray Bullets. Sooner than later, Jimmy, I would like to do the second round of Stray Bullets with you, but that malleable 8-panel grid, something about that rectangle on its side like that, is just really fun to compose to. And I'm working on a daily strip right now, and it's basically a half page of this. It's the same setup, but like instead of it being 4 squares like a traditional newspaper daily strip, it's 4 rectangles like that. There is just so much that you can do with that.
Yeah, it looks so good, and it's so easy for anybody to read. You mentioned this as being a good setup for like new reader, start here. Even a new to comics reader can start here.
Clarity is key, man. Like that's always been something that was very, very important to me when it comes to making comics, is just the readability of it. Because how many times have we covered comics on here and we talk about, I didn't know which caption to read next, and I remember the frustration as a kid of almost wanting to put a book down because I didn't know what to do. It just takes you out of the moment. Now the guy who fired her, he doesn't have the heart of Hitler, man. He at least got her an Uber, so she doesn't have to on the bus again and deal with, a bunch more nonsense. Plus the people outside who are taking pictures. But when she gets home, you get the sense that she's used to it in a way. Like there's just, this is her life now. The news cameras are out there until the next big newsworthy piece of bullshit happens. But beyond the news cameras, man, you see this shifty figure right here. If you have read the rest of Red Room, or you just go to this page, Dominic DeSimone, he's a lawyer. I sort of based him on that Pharma bro, Martin Scarelli. You remember that character, that upturned nose? Whenever I was first putting this comic together, I had this idea of like a shifty lawyer being a part of this game, because like in my mind, this is a Red Room. To participate in Red Room activity, to be in the streams, is luxury items. It's people who have Bugattis get to do that, and that guy, increasing the cost of his pharmaceuticals and stuff, 4,000x, he could afford it.
Yeah, he's trying to find the money basically.
Yes.
Like, where did this big account? Where is it? And whenever he kind of gives up, satisfied that it's just he's not going to get it, gets rid of any chance that he might spill the beans on the red rooms, and that is so nasty.
Yeah, it's a squash and stretch, dude.
That's so disgusting looking.
Yeah, he just kind of taps them with a little bit of stuff. Whenever I was doing research and stuff for Red Room, one of the guys that I would revisit is Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman Killer, and he did 2 specials on HBO. Where they just sit down. It's almost like the Errol Morris treatment. Just sit them down and start them talking. And there was one murder he talks about where he went to like a discotheque and he had to dress up like a big flamboyant gay guy. You know, it was like some gay club. And he dressed up super big, flamboyant, which is funny to think of with him because he's such a machismo. You know, like his job was like running porn rings and stuff. And he's like, and I bumped into him with a needle. And the guy behind the camera was like, well, what was in that needle attack? Now, most of the stuff, that guy, Kuklinski, he got found guilty of like a couple of murders. And I watched this YouTube channel with these behavioral experts and these body language guys. They think all of that stuff is all bullshit. Almost every word that he's saying in that stuff is just bloviation, just making himself look cool in the prison for like survival or money. Maybe some Luke got put into a commissary for him or something, but that is something that he said.
That's such a pro wrestling character.
Yeah.
Like those are his, his shoot interviews.
Yeah, exactly.
Cutting promos and just building that character.
Selling himself, man. And listen, he's going to be in there quite a while, so might as well create some mystique. But this lawyer guy, he is affiliated with the Red Rooms. He is in some small way connected with Mistress Pentagram. So part of killing that guy was the fact that Davis, the killer, was maybe going to spill some beans and talk about, the extent of his other crimes, and the lawyer's being proactive in taking him out, trying to be a good little soldier for
the black floor
mistress.
In the lawyer's office is a really good graphic choice in panel 2 on that page.
Thanks, man.
That's it adds the clarity of the visuals.
Trying to balance those blacks, man. Yeah. That's one of those things that Dave Lapham does, and I bow at the altar of Stray Bullets and Dave Lapham's cartoon acumen. The house is already in disarray when it was just her and her dad, but it's even further than the point. And it becomes a kind of a cat and mouse game. So that was a little bit of my thinking with having this little mouse with the trap and stuff, because the cat is outside watching, and there's some subtle storytelling stuff going on here. As we exit the house, you kind of see her silhouette in the window, and it's like the double windows there. You push the camera out and you see the white. It's one of the few times I use white in the image for something other than just the dialogue bubble to signify the light of that living room. And then you see another view of that house from like a worm's eye point of view, maybe even the car perspective.
Right.
Those lights are out in the living room where she just was, but the lights are up in presumably her bedroom. Mm-hmm. But then they go out, car outside, and it's kind of like, a British, like a Aston Martin type looking car. I forget what I used for the reference there, but a little punch buggy shows up with the classic cartoony.
That's funny. A bandage on it.
Yeah.
Sin City homage on it. This is pretty good stuff, I think, storytelling-wise, showing that clutter. Because I always say, like, when I finish a book, that's what my studio looks like. And it's a reflection of what the inside of my head is. And then I have to clean up to just kind of get, like, order restored.
Right.
But if you're, I feel like your environment is an external manifestation of what's going on in your
Part
head.
of the character, for sure. And in the very first issue of Red Room, the mother figure dies, and then you see their house is like that, and you're left wondering, is the house in disarray because the mom kept it in order, or are all of you guys just foul as hell? But we have Dominic watching her again, and this time there's no media outside or anything, but Brianna's best friend shows up in the middle of the night, comes running in with a bombshell. I think your dad was a Red Room killer. And Brianna's like, what are you talking about? So for the whole next page, Brianna is kind of like in a kind of state of denial. What is interesting, though, is the last time you saw these characters, they were almost stalking her father. So she knows that something is up, for sure.
I love the variety of panel border on this page.
This piece right here...
Because people don't... It's another one of those things, man. Whenever you're starting out, you're not thinking of all the elements that you have in your control.
Right.
But whenever you're trying to make an interesting page layout, and you've done this for years, that's one more element that you get to play with.
This piece here makes me want to do more pages with no panel borders, like whole pages.
Oh, yeah. I did some of that in some of the Street Angel stuff, especially when I would do like a grid and then break the grid.
Yeah.
It's a fun way to do storytelling, and it's out there. There are other comics that do it. You can see it in shoujo mangas and stuff. Like, it's all over the place, but it's different. You don't see it a lot in like the DC Marvel house styles.
This is almost a wordless sequence. You know, it's so much visual storytelling from panel to panel, and it's the kind of stuff that I like most about comics, like making comics. We got our lawyer guy. He gets out of his car, and it has those like gull wing doors, whatever that car is. You see the screwdriver in hand, and if you didn't see it there, you definitely see it there. He's almost wielding it like a weapon, kind of bust the latch open. I always feel like lawyers probably know so much nefarious tricks to do things.
Some of them, I'm sure.
Yeah, certainly there's blood in the mouth like defense attorneys definitely do. He pops into the house, and the disorder is like, where do I even begin looking for this? And what he's looking for is a Bitcoin paper wallet. This is what people will do to back up their Bitcoin wallets. Like, you buy some Bitcoin, you take it off the exchange, and now you have it just digitally in your own possession. And that's something that you can back up. You password protect it, but like if you fuck up, it basically generates a QR code that you sort of snap the pic of, and it'll rebuild the wallet for you. So he's trying to find that in her house, man, so that he could kind of steal that Bitcoin. As he's going through her stuff, tries on brassieres. Like he's just kind of he's a goofball. That piece was inspired by, there was a serial killer in Canada who was part of the Canadian military, and when he started out, he would just stalk, and he would go into people's houses and put on like little girls' underwear and bras and take pictures of himself. Like there were pictures of him. He's a brawny. He was like a captain. You know, he's an officer. I think he flew the Queen of England to Canada. And so he's got the square jaw, and he's got the jar head and the muscles, and he's like wearing that kind of stuff. Whenever he got caught and in trouble, like the rest of the military, they burnt all of his outfit and all that stuff. Used rubbers, toothbrushes under the bed. So now we're at Brianna's friend's house, and finally seeing what the hoopla is about. And this chick, she downloads Red Room. She is involved in criminal action, but she's showing Brianna this one specific video where one of the Red Room victims kind of yanks off the sleeve off of this character, the Decimator, and sees the exact same heart tattoo that we established on our guy on that panel, and we establish it, in the splash page. So Brianna looks at it and is just like, give me a break. That's flash art, There's a million of those tattoos out there. Cut back.
It's another page of good storytelling. Again, practically wordless, where you're just seeing the actions very clearly.
Yeah.
Even the actions whenever things get complex and other people enter the fray of like, oh, somebody's caught me or could catch me.
Right.
Got to cut this short.
Yeah, man. It all builds into the next panel. So he's looking at the picture of her. There's the incinerator outside. Sees the incinerator, looks in the incinerator, looks into the laundry room. In the very first issue of Red Room, both of these elements are in there.
Yes.
It's one of those things, man, where like, you draw stuff that manifests in real life. When I was drawing this page, the siding blew off my house.
I was going to say, it's really good for that rundown look. I mean, you see that. You see,
Totally.
At least around here, I see that a lot. So you nail it. Also with a couple of the shingles missing.
Exactly. And see the light on with the dirt of the yard. The girl is now in her room, and he's like, oh shit, I better split. The U-Haul is established in previous issues. This is another one of those things. You don't need to read all of Red Room. They're all singular stories. But the U-Haul truck has been established in more than one issue. That it is a tool of the Pentagram business when it comes to hauling Red Room killers to and fro, dropping them off.
Product placement.
Yeah, totally. I'm sure U-Haul would be very happy. TMZ also, right? So we cut, man. We're leaving that scene that night. You see a bunch of random women. You see a newspaper headline. This headline and the structure of it is exactly a Jeffrey Dahmer front page from probably his local newspaper or New York Times or something like that. All of it, like the cannibal part, face of Madman. I probably kayfabe the number like for myself, but there would have probably have been just a portrait of Jeffrey Dahmer that we all know and recognize, and of course I just drew my own piece. So we're mixing his story up with a bunch, kind of like I did with WYSIWYG, you know, like just take a bunch of hackers, put them together, take a bunch of serial killer sickos and put them together into my guy. Further establishing more of his pathology, but then showing imagery of that he was just a family guy. Whenever that BTK guy came out, man, and you know, had a wife and a daughter, a lot of people were in that space of like, how did you chicks not fucking know? The daughter recently wrote a book and she stopped doing press because that was like all the questions, you know. It's like now you're profiting off of this, like, where she's a little kid at the time, but like a lot of weird moral stuff involved there, and of course it has to be on the tube while she's in the lawyer's office and starts to get glares and stares.
The collection of people in the law office, a lot of fun.
Yeah, right there, man. You got your like ambulance chaser chick, like you just know this lady doesn't need that much of a damn brace.
Dude, the greatest caller always will be Vince McMahon going to the steroid trial.
Absolutely.
That's the greatest use of a neck caller in the history of trials.
Absolutely. That guy. What a carny. So the Dominic DeSimone name was established earlier. Now we officially have both of those characters in the same room at the same time. And he's representing her dad. He's representing the estate. When you are in a prison facility, you are, you know, a ward of the state. You are their property, and your health is their responsibility, and they didn't make good on that responsibility. So he, in ambulance chaser fashion, is like, you know, we could sue. You know, he's trying to make money more ways than one, and he's telling her, you know, you got a $2 million case here. All you got to do is press those charges, and we'll take care of that. But she just like wants none of it, man. It's already been established that there's so much damn press. She is not happy about that press. She just wants it all to go away. How about his professionalism, drinking right in front of her too, man?
Yeah, I thought that one might have been for her, but not the case.
So she...
I like to imagine Bruce Wayne. Like, that's not really alcohol. That's this psychopathic lawyer that's trying to present himself as empathetic to this young woman.
Right. Whenever I draw dudes at desks, like, I draw the desks too high too often. You know, it's always like little boys at the desk.
It's very hard to draw people sitting at a desk or a table. Like, everybody having dinner. It's just weird.
Yeah. So she leaves with the ashes, and, you know, it's very skewed in the text, but there is a saying on that urn. You don't quite see it on that page, but she's sitting there on the bus, going home, and you do see a better view of what is the little quote that's on top of that urn.
That's some heavy lifting for I'm gonna say a wordless page,
right?
But a page where like the words are part of the art rather than dialogue or exposition.
Yeah. This could be lost on somebody, man. But like, if you're paying attention, you know, all this stuff was there established, and it's a dog whistle, man, to point her toward that little piece that was sewn into her backpack. And upon further inspection, you see I use the duotone here almost exclusively to kind of show that there's a little something rolled up in there. And if you take a look even on the earliest pages. Like,
Yeah.
there's the slightest little piece of it. You could see it. It's there.
That's good stuff.
So she kind of undoes the binding, pulls it out, and is just looks at it perplexed. What is this?
All right, so this is fascinating to me from a formal standpoint because now we've shifted away from our 8-panel grids.
Right.
Something major has changed.
Right. Totally.
It's really cool to use some of the formal elements of comics in that way.
Yeah. So she's looking at this stuff and just like getting constant surprises from the father. You know, it wasn't enough that he gets arrested being a cannibal, but now he's got these like weird photos that are out there and just keeps learning more and more. This is something that I've been getting a lot of DMs on Instagram because the QR code goes to my Instagram. So people would scan the QR code, go to my Instagram and be like,
Smart.
oh, and they'll DM me like,
Brilliant.
oh man, that was funny. Like I just read Crypto Killers 1.
Yeah, that's really smart.
It worked because it's actually skewed, you know, like it goes to show the latitude that these QR codes have to fool around with them and mess with them.
It's an instant regret on my part for self-publishing true crime funnies without that. I won't publish another comic that doesn't have a QR code like that.
Yeah, that's more. And we should do more of that stuff with Cartoonist Kayfabe.
Yeah. But it's a brilliant thing to do it within the story. That's good stuff.
Yeah. So she just rebuilt a Bitcoin wallet for Pious Christian 666. Contradiction of terms if there ever was one. And she's now a 100 millionaire. You know, she almost has $300 million worth of Bitcoin. And her bit in this section just ends with her looking over at that urn saying, "Who the fuck were you?" Never the end, but close enough. We cut to an epilogue, which is still the same. This is still the same comic. And this is the same girl, but she has glasses, different kinds of glasses. She's dyed her hair, almost in an effort. She lives in a different place, almost in an effort to obfuscate her likeness a little bit to the public, you know, to the media. I like to think that that's Street Angel.
Yeah. I like seeing Street Angel float through stuff like that. I know an illustrator I'm friends with. He would put Street Angel in the background of one of his illustrations and then send it to me.
Yeah, it's fun, man. So there's different news items out in the ether that captures the media's attention. So she's being left alone, but she's not being left alone by that goddamn pesky lawyer.
Yeah, he knows there's enough money out there to make it worth his while to bend some rules and maybe break the law a little bit.
Hops out of the whip, sees which mailbox is hers, makes his way up to her apartment door, and hits it with the little lockpick set, man. Try to get into her joint. Gets disturbed. Somebody comes up to him, and he's got to play it off. You know, tries to be convincing. See, my niece locked herself out, and boom, gets hit with one of those like little darts that you used to put in your BB gun when you were a kid. Blacks the hell out. Wakes up in the most precarious of positions. If you're in a Red Room comic, he's now property of the Pentagram facilities, and he knows who these people are. He is a patron of their work, and he knows he did wrong. It's been long established that Mistress Pentagram and the crew, they are nothing if not very careful, and they don't want no dumb surprises. So like the fact that he's doing anything criminal where this girl is concerned could arouse scrutiny, and they just can't have it. So they've been watching him. They take care of him, and because he didn't follow the rules, well, they're gonna have to do something about that. There's a part of it where I want you as a reader to just assume that that he's toast. You know, you're now in the clutches of the Red Roomers. But how about we just leave it at that?
Sounds good to me.
How about we just leave it at that, man?
Fantastic issue for a lot of reasons in there, Ed.
Let's check out some.
I
of that
really
board
like some of the
gallery.
formal choices that you make playing through that story. That 8-panel grid. Lapham really popularized that, I think, with our generation.
Totally.
Like, what a tool that is.
The Gore Gallery is something pretty exceptional, man, because we got all manner of support from the readership, man. We got straight up cosplay.
That's a heck of a knife. This is cool.
Yeah, that's all the candy on her arms, you know.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Because when I designed those characters, like the girl has all kinds of raver shit on her arms, and so like the girl made, you know, stuff that represents all of.
Cartoonist Kayfabe's in there.
It is,
one of those
man.
bracelets.
Yeah, that's so fun. We got straight up tattoos, man. I believe this is from Craig CK, the guy, the dull pen, man. The Kirby shirt that I'm wearing.
I didn't realize that was his shirt design. That's a great shirt design. The Kirby Major League Baseball logo mashup.
Yeah,
that's an awesome shirt. That's cool.
And then lots of good art, man. Lots of good art. Mistress Pentagram seems to be the focus of this particular ish. I like this one a lot because there was a video game, old PC game, where it was just carnality. You're just like destroying bodies and shit. That's what that looks like.
This is a the update to like the fan art compared to say Image. You know,
Right.
when we were kids, that first year of Image was full of fan art, but pretty poorly produced or reproduced, I should say. This is a fan art 2.0 version.
Totally, man. And dude, it's dumb to make a book if you have a body of work, man, and not share the body of work. So I do want to let you guys know that these videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus, is coming to you in October. It is off to the presses, and we're very excited about getting it out there. There's going to be 150 or so pages of extra material. This is the existing bibliography where Hip Hop Family Tree is concerned. This is the cover to issue number 2 that is coming up within the next couple of weeks. And the other big book that I have out in the near future for the holidays is going to be the X-Men Grand Design trade paperback. That's going to collect all of the Red Room comic. I mean, it's going to collect all the X-Men Grand Design comics that I did for Marvel. Jimmy, tell the people what you got going on.
Hulk Grand Design, the Treasury Size Edition, fluorescent green, oversized, you can't miss it. Plain Jane's first young adult graphic novel and Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive are all currently available wherever you buy books or comics. Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release. It collects the rest of my Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, so get them both. They'll be a beautiful set on your shelf. And coming very soon, True Crime Funnies may already be out by the time you see this video. If not, it'll be out within a week. This is my self-published collection of some short nonfiction stories I've done recently. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read my latest comics and a whole lot of other stuff. And
I do want to let you guys know that Red Room Crypto Killers 3 needs to be ordered by Monday as of this recording, man. So get your orders in quick. Get Jimmy's cover, get my cover. Jim Mafu did a pretty fresh cover. And Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is going to be the last Saturday in July. So please go to your little free lending library in your neighborhood or adjacent town or whatever, and dump a bunch of your comics into those lending libraries, man, and help generate new comic book readership. Jimmy, what else do we have going on?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
We squeaked in just under the radar, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Oops. Let me go get that little battery. That battery is a godsend, man. I wish I would have known how powerful it was when I recorded with Tom, because we had to sit here for about more juice, and this thing could like charge my phone in like 10-15 minutes.
Hey, you know what? Are you sitting down yet?
No, I'm gonna
switch places.
I'm gonna get make a tea.
Yeah, cleaning up while we switch out seats here. I got the other Fletcher Hanks collection. I only had the first book, you know.
Oh yeah, I got the second one.
And I just recently got it, so I've been reading those at night. Boy, are those messed up comics. Those are such a great find. I forget how exciting it was, that first one.
Yeah, man. And you know who put those dudes onto that was that Jerry Moriarty guy.
Yeah. That stuff was probably affordable and I don't know about easy to find, but it was probably stuff you could get at old comic book shows. And now it's just gone.
Right. Yeah, I bet you those old shits were like $5 or something.
I've been reading that and also the Undercover Girl collection. It's like 1940s true crime, but 1940s crime comics. It's so bizarre how comics are kind of written and put together. Because, they're all short stories.
Right.
A lot of exposition.
Yeah. I gotta record one more video with Jimmy, and it's gonna be the second Crumb sketchbook from Cashin. Oh yeah, thanks, Jimmy.
All right, guys, coming up. Batman and Detective Comics, 622 to 624. DC doing Outlaw Batman comics. Like a legit part of the storyline. This is a many thanks to the Kayfaber who recommended this, by the way, because I was completely unaware of this, and somebody left a comment about it, which is one of the pluses of having the Kayfabe audience paying attention and watching what we look at. But a Kayfaber suggested this storyline because of the Outlaw Batman elements of it. And we'll get into it on the video, but it's a fun comic for that reason. And if you don't know this one, buckle up because it's a good one. It's a good one from cover to cover, and you'll see why. I plan to give some props to Denny O'Neil for putting this one together because there's some cool choices made here.
Oh, you know what? Let me grab one thing.
Man, we're in Kirby flavor today, Ed. I didn't even put it together. I have a Kirby t-shirt. You have a Kirby t-shirt. Should be covering this should be like Kirby week here.
I got this piece, man.
Wow.
That those Dick Sprang covers, like those and like the Two-Face ones. Because I knew about Burns, Charles Burns from Comic Book Confidential, and I'm like, oh man, it's like Charles Burns doing Batman. Like that's a match made in heaven. It works so good. Because like late period Dick Sprang inking himself, it's so sharp.
Yeah.
Like it's better than Charles Paris. Like because Charles Paris had a dull line.
No, man. You were looking at bad Charles Paris.
You know what it
reproduction.
is. It was the reprints that weren't very good.
Because it makes me wonder if he took stuff from Charles Paris whenever Paris inked him or whatever, and was like, "Oh, this is the way to feather out the edges and stuff."
Yeah, there were bad reprints.
The history of comics, bad reprints.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot the commercial first.
Yeah,
so I'm
do
just thinking what all I have here.
I got a box coming tomorrow from Koenji Sean, the Japan book hunter, and he said he's included some stuff that he's been wanting to give you.
Excellent. Can't wait to see it.
Kayfabe affected him real well, doing those 2 shots, man.
It makes sense.
Good to go?
Yeah. This episode is brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. 3 different levels will give you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get access to all of our videos as well as the recording session. These videos are also brought to you by the books that we make, and we've got a big year ahead. Coming up from Ed Piskor is the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. You see it on screen, gold foil. This is going to be the beautiful book of the season. 500 plus pages, including all of the Hip Hop Family Tree comic, plus 140 extra pages just for the omnibus. Pre-order that one today. There's also a big collection of X-Men Grand Design, all 3 of the Grand Design X-Men volumes in one convenient location. That'll be out before the end of the year, perfect as a holiday gift. And the final season of Red Room, Crypto Killers. Issue 1 is already out. Issue 2 on the right here, coming very soon. An entire series, every issue self-contained. The perfect jump-on spot for new readers or longtime Red Room fans. My next book is Street Angel Princess of Poverty, coming out later this year from Image Comics. The Homeless Ninja on a Skateboard. This collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Also available and back in print from Image Comics. Hulk Grand Design, oversized fluorescent green Treasury Edition now available, and the first young adult graphic novel, The Plain Janes, and my latest comic book, True Crime Funnies, self-published, written and drawn by me, featuring 3 nonfiction short stories, available now on my website. And now back to the video. Minute 30. Getting shorter.
That's about what it is. We got a lot of stuff to cover, man. This really is my sweet spot.
Did you reread these for this?
Oh, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. It's Hamlet. It's a comic in the comic. Man, I should have saved that. Ready to go?
Yeah. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Before we dive into today's topic, I want to remind everybody of the Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. The last Saturday in July, we invite all of our audience to take out their doubles, to take out their comps, to take out some good comics, and put them in the local little lending libraries in your neighborhood. Let's try to make some new comic book readers. This is the second year that we are doing this. Had a great response last year. Thousands of pictures showed up online. So take pictures of those little lending libraries. I like their unique personalities. And make sure in those pictures the comics are visible through the windows. And let's try to grow some comic book readers. So Ed, today's video, we are going to be looking at Batman Detective Comics 620 Outlaw Batman Comics. Public Comics. This is such an incredible little story. I had no idea this existed before a Cartoonist Kayfabe audience member tipped me off to it. I tracked him down, and believe me, I think they sold me a very honest appraisal here of a cool Batman story. And it starts with these covers. Dick Sprang covers. Coming at us, cover date 1990. So this is very late period Dick Sprang, the known as a great Batman artist. Still has his fastball with a few new wrinkles, some stuff that he's adding here, but it's great to see him doing some of these classic characters, as well as let these characters like an imaginative Catwoman on the cover over here.
Yeah, it's all well and good, right? It's cool to see this kind of stuff, but man, you really want to see his Batman, like his classic, like, because his chops have increased. Like he didn't become more of a slouch, and Brian Bolland showed on one of our conversations. Probably it was the Killing Joke conversation that we had. Go check that video. It shows a kind of a commission, just a drawing that Dick Sprang hooked him up with, and the precision and the tightness. The guy, he didn't get the wobbly kind of Charles Schultz hand. His shit got tighter and more solid. And he did some covers for like a Two-Face thing that are classic Batman, but like in terms of the classic stuff, all you get is this Joker, and you're seeing all kinds of other different stuff. But this is my sweet spot, Jimmy. I was absolutely collecting these comics for some reason, probably just because it's Detective Comics. These would be more spotty in the grocery stores and stuff. This is a new development that they call it Batman in Detective Comics. At this point, even before that, it was just Detective. Well, I want to read Batman. Like, I didn't know, had no baggage of history, didn't know any of that shit. So I scooped these up off the rack, man. It was one of those like fortuitous things where like these ones were definitely there, probably put down by people because it didn't have like McFarlane noodle marks or something. This is weird looking shit, but I do have evidence of its influence on me because I was into that style when I started to dig into Dick Sprang a little bit more. Like his Batman to me was way cooler than,
I feel like you really see it in the face,
right.
The Batman face details.
You know what it is, man. It's 96. I'm still, Stephen Platt head and stuff, and discovered hatching. So it's like I still have to do the hatching to feel like I'm doing anything. But just
good
an example.
stuff. That's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Let's show that one off while we're at it.
It's like
Marvel Comics science fiction.
Yeah.
You must have discovered in one of those books like the origins of Marvel Comics or the early days of Timely or something like that. But
totally.
Very cool. Yeah, a classic cartoonist, and I was reading comics off the newsstand at this time, so like I probably saw these and passed up on them. I'm probably one of those guys that you say looked at it and went, that's not McFarlane enough for me, and did not pick these up. I didn't have any memory of them until recently. But like even the gnarled hand of this outlaw Batman version, cool details on the part of Dick Sprang.
Yeah, and I would bet that it's him reverse engineering Flint Henry. As opposed to Flint Henry getting his inspiration off of the Dick Sprang covers.
Yes. And so right off the bat, man, as we get into the very first page, you see a double border around this page. For those reading at home, that's going to be your indicator of we're actually looking at the Batman comic within this comic.
This is Hamlet.
Yes.
The play within the play, the comic within the comic, and they get two separate artists for these bits, man.
Shades of Spawn here, right? Like we've got a demonic presence that's going to be influencing our outlaw Batman.
I mean, let's bury no leads, Jimmy. You take a little bit of Tim Vigil's grips, the fact that guy, I was going to say John Jaspers, but the Grips dude, Mr.
We'll
Grips.
get the Jaspers next.
Yeah, Mr. Grips, I forget his name, is a comic book artist.
Exactly.
And he moonlights as a superhero. And then Faust, which is what the costume looks like, closer to that than Grips. John Jasper's artist, fine artist. You know what I should do, Jimmy?
There's a lot of crossover between, like as we go through, each of these issues is going to have some of the outlaw Batman comics in it. And if you're familiar with Faust, like I probably know Faust from this era better than I know Batman comics, you just see these elements. There's a woman psychologist or psychiatrist with John Jaspers in Faust and is involved with the Batman in this Batman comic within a comic. It feels like too coincidental to be an accident is the way I would put it. It would not surprise me if the writer, and I think it's John Ostrander, let me skip ahead here and find his credit. It would not surprise me if in fact Ostrander is familiar with Faust and or with Grips, because man, it's such a perfect fit. The timing is right and it just feels like, yeah, I could see them I could see those influences, wearing it on their sleeve a little bit.
I was going to go run and grab the Tim Vigil Outlaw Batman pages, but I'll just encourage the people to watch that video
Yes.
to see what we mean if you're not familiar with that stuff. And Flint Henry...
Oh, you know what? I wanted to just read this one line because
it.
we're talking about some of these connections to other comics. And here's this demonic creature coming up. There must be some way, some means by which I may set to rights the evil I have spawned.
That's so funny. John Ostrander and Flint Henry worked together on Grim Jack comics that are like after the Tom Mandrake ones. Mm-hmm. So like I know the tandem. These guys have history together, and Ostrander knows what that artwork is, and it's all this little bit of black and it's like a little bit of fuss and noodling all over the place. Like in an era of this kind of newsprint, you never would see this kind of noodling. You know, you run a lot of risk with that stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking of Flint Henry and how, you know, like he's coming, I think, from 2000 AD as the other place where his work would have been, you know, developed and seen by an audience. And that is such a different flavor. I feel like they're almost leaning into those qualities. As you say, Ostrander knows what you get with Flint Henry, right to the artist's strength. Isn't that what the best writers seem to do?
Totally. And doesn't it almost look like that Zero Tolerance era Tim Vigil?
That's the other reason that this stuff reminds me so much of the Vigil work, because like visually there are a lot of crossovers, and here what we see is our Bruce Wayne character, not Bruce Wayne in the comic because nobody knows who Bruce Wayne is, or that Bruce Wayne is Batman in this world, but you see him merging with this demonic presence, and even the coloring, pretty exciting stuff to cross him over to the dark side.
Now, up to this point, have we just been looking at comic within the comic?
All comic within a comic.
Okay.
And this is the debut of the Batman within this comic. So what we have, the story here, is there is a cartoonist in Gotham City who is making Batman comics. Bootleg, essentially, because he doesn't have a license. He's not getting a license from Bruce Wayne to make these comics. So he's just going out and making up this Batman comic, but it's centered out of Gotham City. So perfect storm is brewing here, Ed.
Look at that, man, using a little of the Dick Sprang on the
Yeah, the self-referential kind of stuff like that. It's almost that loop, you know, where we're going like in and out of this comic and the reality around the comic. But you see, I think this is a really good decision. I think it's Mike McCone is your artist for the non-bootleg comic. So it's a very different style. It's extremely clean line. You know, you see a lot of these kind of like tight verticals, normal clothing. Big contrast to what we're seeing in the comic pages within the comic.
You never see much formal play. There's no time to play around on a monthly book in so many ways. But Denny O'Neil would stretch.
Yeah. I give him so many props because like you're bringing in other creators. Like this could have been a one and done. It could have been Mike McCone draw it all, but they go out of their way to really make this an event, especially when you add the Dick Sprang covers. And Alfred is the guy who brings up, hey, Bruce, is this an issue? You know, somebody's doing Batman comics. And Bruce Wayne just plays it off. I have more pressing matters elsewhere. Yeah. So, you know, we're going to go on from there. But I always love whenever you see a comic book artist within a comic doing his thing. So you do get, we're going to cross-cut back to the comic book artist creating this throughout the story.
The publisher is like, listen, I know what I pay you. And you could definitely live in a better place than this. And the cartoonist is like, I don't have time. And it reminds me of like when I moved here, it took me a year to like unload some boxes and stuff like that because I was on that weekly deadline with Hip Hop Family Tree, and every Tuesday, new strip. So I would be working all the time, and I did not move in here for over a year. I never stepped foot into that front room for over a year. Like one of the things was like I hate wood paneling, you know, so I'm like I don't ever want to be in that room ever. But then I'm like I'm here for a year, maybe I will move in.
Get pencil pages within the a book. This would have thrilled me. Like I
Absolutely.
said, I just didn't see this until recently. Like I would have bought this if I had flipped through this book the day it came out. I would have bought it that day just for this page.
Yeah, and let's talk about that, man. This is early '90s. You could not in this kind of format print anything but black line. They specifically call it black line art reproduction. So what probably had to be done is like you pencil something, and then you probably have to take it to the Xerox and get like a super high contrast.
Right.
But even that's dicey, right? Because when you do the high contrast, you get like shadows and stuff like that. So it's about as good as can be done.
Yeah, it's interesting to see it. It makes me wonder if some of it is kayfabe, where like you're drawing in ink, but just very loose.
Yeah.
But some of it looks like
it
pencil.
looks hairy.
It's busted up enough that it's very believable as pencil. So it probably is, and it probably is like playing with photocopier maybe a few times to get to the point of like, okay, we like how this looks.
And it's that inside baseball shit where you like you got good lettering on it with ink.
Yes. So this is interesting. You mentioned the artist, the publisher's like, you could live in a better place. I think this is a reference to Frank Miller living in Hell's Kitchen at the time. Because like he says that, but then he's also like, where are you getting these ideas from? And he's like, I write what I know, I draw what I see, I create what I feel. And to me, I read that as Frank Miller living in Hell's Kitchen and then like writing these comics that incorporate the crime elements. Because you cut right outside the window of the artist and what's happening, guys being stabbed almost like the Frank Miller Elektra stabbing.
Good call, man. I didn't catch that piece.
And Denny O'Neil works closely with Frank Miller
Absolutely.
over the years, so it wouldn't be a stretch to get a little bit of that in there.
This is the part that could use a little editorial insight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, okay, so Batman is scrawled in blood after the crime and shit. And it might not be this issue, it might be the beginning of the next, when they're like, look, what more evidence do you need? He signed his name to it.
Yeah.
And it's like, get the fuck out of here. So if I put your name after shooting somebody in the head, like they're going to haul you away?
Yeah, some of the cops start to like dissent a little bit, thinking that Batman's the criminal and he shouldn't get away with this. But you know what, man? He's definitely breaking lots of laws. And here he is hanging out with the police commissioner in front of a dozen cameras. And it's cool. He's a good guy, right?
You can't shy away from this color, dude.
Yeah.
Using the red for the foreground. Amazing color here. If you just showed me this, I would wonder if Michael Golden did all of it. Pencils, inks, and color.
I think this guy's good. Like I like how this like the straight stuff looks. I think it's pretty strong. The Batman I think is pretty nice. It's like a really dark Batman with just these highlights on
like
this,
like a leather cowl.
Yeah, it's certainly some Mike Golden influence, I think, at the very least.
Okay, so this is an interesting wrinkle because for context, and in pop culture, Rush Limbaugh is coming to the fore, and talk radio is definitely a thing. Stern has gotten beyond just the New York, D.C. area. Talk radio is viable, and there are lots of examples of this in film, where there's like the controversial radio guy who's involved with a crime or is the center of attention. Like there was
because back, even Warriors had that motif of like
Right.
the DJ talking, giving us a little bit of exposition, but just another layer of what is in the movie. Like it's a long time conceit, I think, in storytelling. Like how do we get another voice in there?
Yeah, but specifically this, man, like there was a lot happening. Like Ford Fairlane, like the whole conceit of Ford Fairlane is that Gilbert Gottfried was like the Howard Stern who gets killed or something like that. I think there was a Halloween movie that has like a shock jock type, like shock jock was like coined around this time.
Yeah, and you see what's happening. A guy calls in who claims to be the Batman, and we've got a killer out there that's claiming to be Batman.
And that's happened on Stern, where like guys call in saying that they're going to kill themselves, or that they got a gun to somebody's head, like that has happened.
Yeah, and you see our shock jock communicating with his producer, like, we got to live going on, and he starts to reveal information about the crimes that is not public information.
Yeah,
proving it's clever the way this whole comic is put together.
There's that John E. Douglas, the guy who's responsible for FBI criminal profiling. That Manhunter show on Netflix was inspired by him. He would talk about, when you read his books, they talk about like there is like control information where if somebody seems credible who's giving a confession or something, like they ask him a pointed question that isn't in the media,
right?
And if they know it, then it's like, okay, this person was at least a witness.
Yeah,
or
somebody's
something.
got inside information.
Yeah,
and we see the caller is we're cutting between our radio show and the caller's touching like the bloody Batman comic and being like, references it. What book? What are you talking about? It's out on the newsstands. My name is on it. Read it and you'll understand. So, of course, that that comic book that was just dismissed by Bruce Wayne in the beginning, maybe it's more important than he gave it credit for. So that's going to be an ongoing storyline. And the other piece is the public now is starting to distrust Batman.
Yeah. You sort of see that stuff and makes you wary of the guy. This artist, man, there's Galassi in it. There's Steranko in it.
Marshall
Rogers in a panel like this. Like this dude, he's pulling from a lot of
even Watchmen
legendary influences. Yeah. And probably some Michael Golden. Why not, man?
Yeah.
That very famous Batman special. Why not?
Yeah, there's so much going on in this issue. A lot is action packed into this. We have multiple set pieces, multiple scenes that are spread out over 20, 22 pages, whatever the length is. But looks good. And now Batman's finding these Batman comics, as trash on the sidewalk, and you're just not going to be able to ignore it. In this first issue, it ends with a page from the Batman comic that, again, it looks like it could have been right out of a Vigil Outlaw comic. And Batman recognizing, like, he needs to talk to Fred Lasker, the comic book artist. Which, dude, as a comic book artist, I'm loving this storyline. At this point, like, yeah, Batman, go pay a visit to this dude. Go visit his studio.
Even Lasker rhymes with John Jaspers, like, I wonder, man.
Yeah, I'd be very curious. I mean, we talk all the time about how we found Faust comics as kids because, like, they had a profile.
Right.
And if you were working in the industry, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you were paying attention that you would see those comics.
And Creature of the Night, all of that. So it's basically Batman / Daredevil who kills.
So the Mike McCone is your penciler for the non-comic book sequences and has an inker, and that stuff's very clearly credited. Whereas Flint Henry, the pages that he's drawing of the Batman comic, he's inking himself. So good job on trying to make these things very distinct. And what we have here is another murder that has been signed by the Batman, and this is where you start to see the cops really kind of going against, why are we letting this guy run around? We let him come to the crime scenes, like, this isn't right, Commissioner. So now you've got dissent even within the police department.
Did you ever have this in your ad zine?
I did not have it in there. That's one of my favorite ads.
Yeah.
There's no good excuse for me not to have this in the ad
You know
zine.
what it is, man? Like, when you were compiling that ad zine, you probably were looking for it and couldn't find it to save your life. So you're like, fuck it.
Yeah, I really love it. And I'd be curious if anybody watching this knows who the artist is, because, man, it looks like it could have been a comic book artist.
Yeah, it's got way weird stuff that makes me think that it's just like some illustrator, doing a job. Like, make this look like comics.
Yeah. Yeah, the other thing is, good editors, they should have tried to track these dudes down, whoever drew this, and been like, hey, change a couple details and let's get this into a book.
Yeah, totally. The
Continuing with our, we're going to cross-cut back to each night. Let's hear what the public has to say.
I do wish that, and they just couldn't do it, man, for fear of too much negative feedback. But like the Flint Henry stuff should have been black and white with duotone.
That would have been really good. That would have been a great choice, especially because they show that one page in pencil form that's essentially black and white. They even find a little bit of color to put a thumb, holding the page up. That would have been a nice touch. And what has happened on the radio call-in show, Batman comic has called in. So once again, it's like a pretty tight set of characters that we're all getting different points of view from the story, but they keep going back to that relatively, about 5 or 6 characters, and that's all you need.
It's that other bit that gets explored is, life imitates art kind of stuff, which was actually happening again at this point. Around 1990-91, Comic Book Legal Defense Fund, I think, gets created. We had Dennis Kitchen on the channel. We did a shoot interview, and it was around this time that he is on Larry King Live defending comics as free speech with some doctor who I asked Dennis, hey man, have you Googled that guy? This do-gooder,
right,
who abhors violence in comics and is a good citizen because he read Betty and Veronica. Well, that guy's doing some prison time right now because he's been prescribing, he had a sex harem of runaways and young girls that he kept on fucking pills. And the feds were like, why are you writing all these prescriptions? And, he's doing time now. Like, this is not slander, libel, like, convicted criminal. So that stuff is happening. And a little bit of that is this,
Yeah, and it also might contribute to the higher profile of some of those books. You know, those outlaw books that are getting busted
Right.
for various things and are in the news because, like, well, which book is the obscene book?
Right.
You know, it's no press is bad press, maybe, you know, maybe for an outlaw publisher. Hey, I linger on this page to show a couple of things. This is the Robin intro version of the Outlaw Batman, and I feel like it really illustrates how much Robin doesn't fit in this world.
Right.
Because you have Batman, right, inspired by, presumably within the story, a real live character of Batman, you know, this vigilante of the night. So you get this demonic kind of outlaw Batman. But Robin, how does Robin make sense in a world where, like, you have this almost evil spirit that's you know, protecting Gotham, and then you have this colorful kid? And, you know, it feels awkward even in here, but then you have, like, references to earlier Batman comics of the Joker talking about, I'll kill you myself, in regards to Robin. So kind of neat, you know, like, they're really getting to play. And then you turn the page and this is your ad in the middle. Like, man, how much comics have changed?
That's porn to me, dude. like I got that TurboGrafx 16 based on that ad, man.
It's like comics within comics, and I like
Within
to
comics.
imagine reading this. This is actually a spread in the Batman comic within the comic. But you see just going nuts with the Flint Henry nightmare version of Batman. And it's funny to see this Batman and then think, like, within a couple years, Kelly Jones is drawing Batman, and the official Batman's not too far off from this version.
Yes, yeah, you know, certainly inspired by the Wrightson, but everybody was inspired by the Wrightson who went that approach. And Tim Vigil on his Batman pages basically went that approach. The Robin is not far from the Wally Wood Mad Magazine Batman and Reuben, Batboy and Reuben story. The proportions of him, he's kind of tall, lanky, Baby Huey-ish.
I was gonna say, like, the Brat Pack. Once you get to see Rick Veitch taking on some of these mascots and teen mascots.
That's for sure.
Badass Batmobile. You could see that being a toy.
Totally. And like, great texture. Like, the leather of that chair, that seat, like, the light is cast on it exactly correct. It feels really right.
The Bat Hound is one of the inventions of this comic.
Yeah.
You know, I think of, like, the Hounds of Hell or something to add to that Batman character and keep that motif going. But, you know, you can see, like, once again, I think of Watchmen, right? The classic street corner of Watchmen. A lot of comics references throughout this story, and some of them are probably accident, you know, it's a happy accident. But I also think, like, when you do a story like this, if you have a happy accident or two, you can just put it in there as, like, chalk it up as part of, like, we're doing comics about comics.
Yeah.
So if you see a couple extra references in there, even if they weren't intentional, they fit.
This colorist is doing great work too. Like, really calling to mind the attention to focal points.
Yeah, and making a difference between, like, we're not in the studio here, you know, we're in this phone booth, but now we're back in the studio. Well done.
Yeah. And it was a very limited palette these guys had access to.
You know what? I will call this one out too. I like this cityscape a lot. That can be a hard shot to do something interesting with. I always think about doing a zine of, like, non-human figures, and I think that's a pretty nice cityscape, and it's a nice vertical shot, not too big.
It's another Galassi, Steranko-ish
Very
vibe.
much.
I don't know Mike McCone's work.
I don't either.
It doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, probably something of a journeyman, you know, like, clearly capable, but also never achieved that image number one kind of.
And you know what it is, man? Like the guys who achieved those statuses, they just had a run, you know? Like, he might not have had a run on anything.
Right. And here's Batman in the morgue while the I don't know if it's a mortician or, you know, what his title is, but he's reading the Batman comics while Batman's looking over the body to try to figure out some clues. It is such a chaotic. It has such a perfect energy. You know, like, they nailed it with Flint Henry for this. And he nailed it. Like, his delivery is just perfect for this stuff. It feels scary and dangerous compared to, like, the Mike McCone version.
Yeah, it's really funny because, you know, just in my own, with my own work, right? Like doing the variant covers for Red Room. I wanted to ask some of the famous outlaw artists to do covers, but in talking with them and dealing with them, I, as an editor myself, like, I felt no confidence that the marks would be hit in time of deadline in the conversation. So I could see Denny O'Neil having that issue where it's like, maybe you want one of these, like, fringe dudes, but when you talk to these maniacs, man, they could be pretty far out. So you have to find a guy who's far out enough, but that can hit the marks and reliably work within that system. And Flint Henry really showed up here. Are we milking David Mazzucchelli a little bit for the masthead? Is that what that is?
Absolutely, 100%. You have to, right?
Yeah.
All right, man. Batman's got a lead on who he thinks the murderer is. So off he goes past our out of the morgue, and he's going to go find this guy.
Yes.
Bitter Victory, our last piece. And publisher is now at the radio station. They call the artist at home, so you get a little bit of the artist talking about what he's doing too. And at this point, you get some of the remorse isn't the right word, but like there are dead bodies now, and there's a backlash against Batman publicly, and this comic is blowing up, and you see the artist kind of, what do you do with that?
John Ostrander conveys a good character, a very believable character that would be faced with something like that, man, where it's like, well, what do you do? Like the character's sensitive, he's very inward, considerate, even though it's hardcore, and he's also nerdy, and like that's the thing, like when you go meet like a Tim Vigil or one of those guys, they don't look like the comic art is. Like that's the opposite of Bisley. Bisley looks like the guy who would paint this thing, but like Tim Vigil, at any version of Tim Vigil, doesn't look like the guy who would do Faust.
100%. Yeah,
this is so
true.
outlawed. That isn't John Jaspers gets the he's a psych patient or something, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like one of his characters, I forget her name, but the woman who kind of follows him around is his psychiatrist. So we have that in this outlaw comic. Like this is him being treated for mental health, and one of the characters has got here we go. We've got a Batgirl that's going to be coming up and a Catwoman coming up. So it is really the parallels are uncanny. Let's put it that way.
Totally. These kind of shapes, like Vigil would draw all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're almost hands, which is that the Vigil Faust stuff where like there's just demonic energy all over the place, and you visualize that with things like, make a hand on the end of those cape strands. You know what I think? In hindsight, if I had one creative note on this, Todd Klein's our letterer, and we know what Todd Klein is capable of. You watch how far he can stretch lettering and its expressiveness. I think that if you had a different letterer, or if you told Todd Klein, like, throw out your lettering guide, or do something to make this, to give the lettering a little bit of that chaos energy, I think that would have helped, because the lettering is consistent between the comic within the comic and the rest of it. And I think a difference there would have been strong. But that's one of those things where you start to draw attention to the lettering as soon as the lettering becomes a little bit weird, and that can really take people out of it.
Yeah, true. I mean, like if you were just completely consistent, so like you have a black and white page, and then you do something, it could be as simple as doing the lettering with just a rapidograph.
Yeah.
Because he's clearly using those dip pens and stuff here. But that is the lettering is the one piece that they never really explored deeply in like the DC comics of the 80s. Because like Dark Knight, the most comic book looking part of it is the John Costanza lettering. That's the most classic, like average, regular comic book aesthetic.
The place they do it a little bit is Batman Year One, and I think that's a Todd Klein job, because you get about 3 or 4 different voices in those letterings.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
It just feels like, give us an outlaw lettering thing, and it would be fun to see Todd Klein look at like self-published work and basically critique the lettering by emulating it.
It would be like, because like, dude, I bet you're even this way yourself, man. But like lettering long enough, it's like you can't even get outside the lines. Like when you lay your grid with your Ames guide, it's like no matter what you do, you can't letter up past it. You're just like so.
You freehand letter. Like I freehand lettered. There are whole Street Angel books where it was like, I'm not rolling one line for the lettering.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Like once you get into that lettering grid, you programmers, 20 years of hand lettering, you're gonna program that. Look at that for really awesome lettering, lighting. The color effect there as the lightning strikes. But here we go. Like this is the psychiatrist who treated the guy Batman thinks is responsible for the murders, and she basically let him go, and they explain it as like his insurance ran out,
right?
So she gave him a clean bill of health and put him out, and that's going to be her career. Like that's what you're seeing here is she reluctantly admits to Batman what she did, and now it's going to be like, I got to go find this guy and stop him, and even that she's reluctant, like, don't blame me. Even says you're to blame too. You provide his inspiration for him and all the others like him. So you get a little bit of that, like. That was, I think, your liberal writers at the time, as opposed to like a Chuck Dixon, you would get this kind of talk. And that became a big Batman thing, this idea of like Batman's responsible for these villains, they don't exist without him. You see it again and again in the Batman mythos that like one spawns the other.
Yeah. Yeah, when we went to go see Shin Kamen Rider, I think there was like a Blue Beetle trailer, and they literally word for word.
That's so weird.
They, I think it was just a part of like AMC Theater that did that thing, but they did that whole bit about like, you're a rich white guy coming to the urban center, blah blah blah, like that type of talk.
It's the psychology on Batman is some of the silliest writing in comics.
It's we talked about it on our Superman video. Like Batman is also a vestige of the 30s, and the people who were reading those comics and the people who were absorbing culture at that point were freaked out and scared of the King Kong stop motion animation guy. It was just way less access to information, much simpler time, and when you try to update it, it's tough, man.
Great hands.
Oh yeah.
And pentagram in the middle of your rooftop here once again.
Full Faust.
Totally.
Faust.
And here comes our Catwoman interpretation. Look at that. I like it better than the Halle Berry version. That's a disturbing image, right?
It is. It's very outlaw. She reminds me of something. Those crazy eyes. Those are almost James O'Barr eyes.
There's a panel in that Charles Burns trilogy that looks like this.
Yeah.
I'll have to put that on screen for comparison's sake, because it's one of my favorite panels. And now our comic book artist has admitted this is it. We're going to finish this issue, and that's it. This is the last Batman story.
The art in this is interesting. I see a little Gil Kane. I see a little George Perez. And I definitely see that Marshall Rogers, like with the backgrounds with the books and stuff. The rigidity of the line makes me always think of Marshall Rogers.
And dude, again, Flint Henry killing it on these pages.
Yeah, his stuff, man, like his Grim Jack was so arresting. And it was the same kind of mark making. All these like little ticks everywhere. Like all this kind of like little bit of blacks and weird spots.
Bending the body up and around really well. I love all the little studs on her costume are great. And that's what I think of with Flint Henry is like the detail, putting on like all the little tiny spikes and grabbing Batman by his ears.
Yeah. That's superhero sex. We've said it a million times.
Yeah,
man.
There you go. Pulling the soul out of our Batman, right? This is where it gets like, once again, no different than Faust.
Yeah, exactly.
And here is our psychiatrist that was trying to help out, kills the Catwoman character in an effort to try to free Batman's soul. Exactly Jasper Johns.
Totally. And I mean, this is like Omen or like one of the EO or like that era of visual work, man.
The visuals there exactly feel like a reference to it.
Like that pose is in there.
All right, man. So cut back to real life, and Batman's closing in on the guy who is killing people in his name, and he looks like an extra from Dark Knight.
Totally. And it's that that whole Dark Knight piece this is still the Guardian Angel era, and that feels plausible. Like in a world where this is going on, that there would be these guys like the disciples of the Bat.
And now we have Batman and our killer going back and forth doing their best Michael Keaton impressions of, I'm Batman. I am Batman. I am Batman. Look, it's all over. I'm Batman.
Yeah, I don't think that's an accident.
No, not at all. It's so referential to, I think, everything.
Yeah.
All of these Batman versions across different media. And it's funny to think in 1990 what you had access to compared to like now, if somebody were to attempt a story like this that's like, we're going to reference all these different versions of Batman, it would be nuts now.
Yeah.
At this time, like this feels like about as many versions as you can fit into 3 issues or into a comic book. That guy looks good, though. It's a pretty cool looking character for somebody that we don't see that much.
And look at that bolo, man.
Yeah, it's a heck of a knife. But good struggle. It's good stuff. And it's the cross-cutting with like kind of the same thing that's going on where Batman's battling that demonic soul that has possessed him.
It was all building to this. And you definitely, as you go through reading this, you want this piece. You absolutely want the piece where the comic mirrors real life. Because like that's the culmination.
Love this coloring where our figure is yellow against the blue rainy night sky. And getting it as a spread It's just really perfect.
Now we're going to Stephen Platt, Bloodstrike versus Prophet territory, dude.
Yes. So intense. Cut back to our artist wrapping up the Batman story. Bye bye Batman. Bye bye serial killer Batman.
That's almost like a nod to that Dick Giordano cover for that Charlton How to Make Comic Book thing, man.
Does look like it.
Is Giordano still on the books there, man? He might be kissing up this Mike McCone fella. There's another like Galassi-ish, Steranko-ish cityscape.
Yeah, it's such a classic. How you do a city at night. You know, like there would be the kind of the Chester Gold era of cityscape where it's like flat. Yeah. You know, it's flat. It's just kind of rectangles with little rectangles in between. I feel like this is your 80s nightscape of a city where you've got some perspective in it, but it's all just the lights, you know, the squares on top of those black, now three-dimensional shapes or faux three-dimensional. And that's it, man. And we wrap up the same way we start with Alfred being like, you sure you don't want to check this out? There's a story of a man driven by a demon within who takes extraordinary measures to combat a rising tide of evil and injustice. Whatever made me think it could have something in common with you. Yeah, that artist within the story really nails the Batman psychosis.
Jimmy, this is such my era. You know, I got a pretty solid run of Batman from year one forward. I think we might have to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole with things. You know, we did Batman year one, we did Batman year two. There is Batman year three with those fresh George Perez covers and stuff. There's the much hated Max Allan Collins run that is directly after year one. Like the first issue of that is Chris Warner on art, and people hate it because it's following year one.
Yes. So
there's that, but it's Jason Todd is reintroduced and stuff, and people that's setting up the stuff that makes everybody hate Jason Todd. But you put me like dusting these off, like I'm now rereading that shit. You know, I'm looking at all that stuff. I've identified the Batman comic that I was able to like grab off the rack and like read for the first time, you know, because I was grabbing this stuff just like to look at and try to infer upon what the story is. But you know, that's pretty early on.
When does Breyfogle, is he that era for you?
He it's later. It's
because I've got a handful of Breyfogle issues that we've talked about in the past. I'd love to get some of him on here.
We got to do the Mud Pack.
There's also the story in Legends of the Dark Knight that's later era, but supposed to be a sequel to Batman Year One. So there's quite a few Batmans, you know, from this like late 80s, early 90s time period that I think there are angles to get them on the camera.
The other big one that needs to happen probably sooner than later, got that, I think it's a Dennis Cowan cover or Sam, where he does the interiors and Sam Keith. Do you know which one I'm talking about? It's the one with that Sam Hamm, the screenwriter, wrote. Like maybe it's Detective Comics 500.
Maybe 600.
600 probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that one, but I know it. I've seen it a million times.
Yeah, with like executioner looking dude on the cover. Like that would be. There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff to mine. That Max Allan Collins run is. I didn't know that people hated it.
Right.
I had no idea that people disliked it because like I liked it a lot, but you could tell that even Dave Cockrum, who was drawing a couple of them shits, didn't like it.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't know those at all because you mentioned Chris Warner drawing some of them, and I knew him from Predator. You know, kind of got on my list. So I'm always curious to see his like non-Dark Horse work.
It was a crazy run because it's like a couple Chris Warners. Karen Dwyer gets kind of introduced.
I like his stuff.
And Dave Cockrum. It's kind of the ugliest Dave Cockrum because like the inker doesn't know how to ink him right or something. There's like real weird ink line. But like you just dusted off some shit in my head, man. And I'm like, oh, dude, I want to fuck with some more Batman.
If they're going at it with this kind of like, let's try to make good stories, swing for the fences. Because that's what this feels like to me is like, this is a wild story.
That's the cool thing.
They nailed it. But just the idea that you're this ambitious, like, I'd be down for other stories that are coming out of this kind of creative direction.
Denny O'Neill's putting in work. Like, if you look from the Den, in those issues subsequent to year one, like, he's like, okay, we're trying to reintroduce this. We're going to try to tie this up and you know, bring Jason Todd into the 80s. Like, he had a plan.
Yeah, and I'd be remiss if I didn't quote John Byrne and say Dick Sprang, the only artist whose name is also a sentence.
Good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is the last Saturday in July. If you have doubles of these comics that we just took a look at, put those in a free little lending library and blow some fucking kid's mind. We are also working cartoonists, and the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, what do you have out there, man?
My next book is going to be Street Angel, Princess of Poverty from Image Comics. Along with Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, this will collect all of my Street Angel comics in 2 handsome volumes, perfect for a set on your bookshelf. You can also pick up Hulk Grand Design and the Plain Janes, still in print. And my latest book is True Crime Funnies. I self-published this, wrote and drew all the stories in it. It's 3 nonfiction stories, and you can pick this one up on my website starting very soon, if not already available there, while supplies last.
Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus, is coming to you this holiday season. 504 pages, 150 of those pages are brand new for this edition, including lots of new artwork that I put together specifically for this comic. Lots of you guys are pre-ordering this, and we had to make a guess on what the print run was going to be. So pre-order now to secure your copy. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to fulfill all those demands, man, for the first round of this. Also for the holiday season, we're putting together the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. This is a trade paperback collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design comics, and once again, it is coming out in time for Christmas also. So lots of Eddie P. as Santa Claus this year. And the comics that I'm putting out right now, Red Room Crypto Killers. Issue 1 is out on the stands right now. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. You're looking at the cover for issue number 2. Each comic is completely self-contained, but if you read them all, you get a bigger picture of the world, and give subsequent ones a shot if you see one in the wild. There is also... Do we do the Christmas in July thing? Oh, there's also a Patreon for Cartoonist Kayfabe. The King Kayfabers on the Patreon completely mitigate the kayfabe effect because they get the videos before anybody else. And a good chunk of them are hanging out with us in this live stream recording session right at this very minute. But there are other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, give them the scoop.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the link under this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, and stickers, and so much more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Yeah, we got to do Mud Pack, Brayfogle.
Yeah, I have my pack.
Jim Starlin does such a good run. I like Starlin's writing a lot.
Who's his artist?
Or
artist?
Probably Aparo.
Were you able to find one of these to read?
Yes.
I think there's some real interesting stuff with this.
Yeah, it's an interesting creative challenge.
He doesn't just repeat what he does in the
It's true.
in the Image book, so I applaud that. Do you remember Marvel's president, Terry Stewart?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure of his last name. I was like, is it Fitzgerald? It's like all the
that's the
Terrys that I know
McFarlane
running through my head.
That's the McFarlane Terry. Good?
Yep. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into today's topic, I want to remind everybody of Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. The last Saturday of July, we ask our audience to take out some of their doubles, take out some of their comp copies, take out some good comic books, and put them in their local little lending libraries. We did this last year. We had thousands of participants. We saw that on social media with all the pictures of the cool little lending libraries. So let's make some new readers by sharing some of our extra comics and putting them in a place where we know readers are looking for good material. pull out a couple of those good comics, and let's see if we can grow more comic book readers last Saturday in July and share those pictures with everybody. All right, Ed, we are doing a follow-up video here on Boneyard Press and Hart D. Fisher's Kill Marvel. We looked at Kill Image, two kind of big cult outlaw comics from the early 90s, from around 1993. Comics were just all over the place in terms of energy. You had super highs, but you also had the early days of that comic book speculator bubble bursting. There were issues with distribution everywhere. A lot is going on in comics at this time period. And Hart D. Fisher, drawn self-portrait style on the cover of Kill Image here, man, he's weighing in. He's making all kinds of comics and noise, and Kill Image gets a huge response. This is one of the big Boneyard Press cult books. Check out our video on that if you're not familiar with it. But this book ends with our title character, an outlaw comic book maker, and after having some interactions with the Image co-founders, well, he's off to New York to let Marvel know what's going on, because Marvel publishing a book in this title called Plague that is one of the Boneyard titles. In real life, it's Hell's Angels and looks a lot like this character. And so this ends up being part one of a two-part story, and we're here to give you the second part with Kill Marvel. Same creative team. Another one of Hart Fisher's famous lines here. The Marvel Can Suck My Cock t-shirts were a big deal at San Diego Comic-Con one year. Big deal enough that Kevin Smith puts them in one of his movies.
Right.
So, it's a guy who, this is a different time period in comics where, like, comics weren't that big. The difference between an indie outlaw publisher and a Marvel Comics publisher, they're crossing paths at various comic conventions along the way, especially a big one like San Diego Comic-Con. So
we'll see photos.
Very some personal stuff, in these comics. And also a little bit of a parody, tongue-in-cheek, Imagine Mad magazine updated to the 90s. You get a little bit of that cutting promo stuff. And like I said, same penciler, Joe Duncan. I like the art in these comics, so want to call out a little bit of attention to him. Very Image looking in some of these panels and bits of artwork. But the story does pick up, like I said, after that first, that Kill Image issue. So he's driving cross country to go from California to New York, and that's what we're seeing. And whenever he gets to New York, it becomes a Ben Mara comic as he crashes right through the lobby. How much Ben Mara do you see on these pages?
So much. Like, one of the things I was going to say was this is the closest to an 80s, 90s black and white explosion type comic to make good on its promises in the way that a Ben Mara comic does.
Yes.
None of that stuff ever does. Like the Power comics, all that shit. It might have a little aesthetic coolness, but it's usually the writing is where the stuff will fall flat and just get boring. But this holds the attention the entire time. It's an interesting creative challenge, and it lets you know the differences between like a faceless corporation of Marvel Comics and Image Comics, where that first one, Kill Image, he's levying his accusations against the three most popular people in comics at the time: Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld. And it's not like Stan Lee is the dude making any decisions at Marvel. Like, that would have been the go-to guy. So Hart Fisher has to pivot a little bit and make it a little something different, because who gives a fuck about Terry Stewart?
Right. Although our main villain here is Barry, which I think is, the parody version of Terry.
Exactly.
But it's funny, if you follow us going through Wizard Magazine, you'll see Terry Stewart's name in those first couple of years whenever he's buying, trading card companies and various distributors and stuff. What turn out to be bad decisions, it seems, as the comics market goes down the drain in the latter half of the 90s. So pretty interesting stuff for 1993. You see also, if you're doing the parody stuff, King Kirby, Kurby. But one of the things I think is also interesting about this comic is the difference. Like you mentioned, it's a faceless corporation now that he's going after in the second issue. As a result, it's a very different story. It's not like I'm just going to do Kill Image twice because we sold a bunch of that first volume. It's creatively, I feel like he does something different here. Going up to the complaint department, which is stock full of people as you would expect. And what does he meet there? Turns out Barry's no pushover.
Right.
You're dealing with a big corporation here, and maybe you're not cut up for it. Barry Stewart. So, clearly we're referencing Terry Stewart here. This again, I mean, that is right out of a Ben Mara drawing.
Yeah, it's Omwat.
it made me wonder. Like, I was looking at this and I'm like, was he moonlighting by any chance? You know, under a pen name?
We do know he was an internet wizard.
Yeah.
We do know that much.
And our protagonist, let's not call him a hero. Our protagonist doesn't last very long. You know, get this loser out of my office, and we go out and throw him into a dump truck where they're just dumping out all these people that have been complaining about Marvel Comics.
Yeah, which is a great piece because you know, to use the modern parlance in Kill Image, he was kind of like Mary Sue. Like, he had all the powers and had no obstacles. So here we depower him a little bit, we give him a fresh wound, and we dump him off.
Yeah, would you shut up and die already? I hate these crazy independent publishers, and whenever I see hate italicized in bold, I can't help but think we're referencing comics, man. Right. It's comics about comics.
This is one of those young, amateurish drawing tangents that you have to like learn to avoid, and you just don't ever. It's hand placement, and you just don't ever, no matter how far off in the distance another character is, you just don't ever put a hand over a crotch.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's like one of Eddie P's rules of cartooning.
Yeah, that's a good rule. If you're not doing unintentional humor, it's a good rule.
He's patting it with the back of his hand.
And now we cut back to where our title character is in this open grave, basically a mass grave there, and Blood, Fire, and Vengeance is taking him over. And this is, again, another Ben Mara panel. Like, composition and everything feels like that could be right out of a Ben Mara book. But what we see here is it's almost like the Marvel superhero origin stuff is coming through this story now, and we're going to see not just like, okay, there's your origin of a new Marvel character, but he's also going to run into some of the Marvel type characters.
And I think that's what has to happen, because nobody cares about Jim Galt
or King Kirby. Nobody, you know, it's always the fans are siding with the characters.
Yeah. So of course, just shit on the icons. Like, that seems like the perfect move.
Yep, absolutely. It is funny though that this character is almost Ghost Rider.
Oh, totally.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're gonna shit on some of these Marvel characters, but also we're gonna ape one of them along the way.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the Spirits of Vengeance, where he's the Johnny Blaze / Ghost Rider guy.
Yes, and first he's cutting through kind of like the bureaucracy level before he gets to any of these characters. Throws out some stuff though. Hey man, I was just doing my job, so were the Nazis.
Godwin's law is invoked. You done lost your argument.
So here we go. I don't know what character that's supposed to be. That almost looks like a Rob Liefeld New Mutants era cougar or something.
Look at the fucking cocksock. You know what's funny? Like when I was doing that Adult Swim cartoon, it was like wrestling characters, and I had to come up with some jobber guys, and I had pubes coming out of like their like leotards or their onesies or whatever the fuck, their singlet, and it was like a conversation. Like there was a phone conference about that stuff,
about where you can put hair.
Exactly, and it was Ivy League dudes, and it's like, you know, let's just have the pubes on one guy. Like that was the result of the conversation with these, you know, Eric Linus Kaplan, who has 8 fucking master's degrees from like Harvard and Yale.
That's hilarious. It's so funny. That feels like Outlaw Comics on your part.
During the conversation, I'm like, you know, I made it. Like that was like the very first inkling of like, I made it. Like these are now the, you know, 2 years ago, I was getting in trouble for like, you know, having green hair at the call center, and that was like the bone of contention. Now the bone of contention is like just how much pubes should be showing, and the fact that I didn't draw titties big enough.
This feels like the right video to voice both of those concerns. We have our first big Marvel character show up, TM Venom.
I swear to God, dude, when they really start to exploit Venom and make girl Venoms and all that stuff, I swear there's one that looks just like that.
There probably is. Yeah, there probably is.
Even a figure.
Fun cartooning, though. Like, you see this character reaching into Venom's mouth and, like, pulling his tongue out, wrapping it around his arm, you know, like, fighting this in a way that is, again, in line with the Mad Magazine, Crack Magazine parody, you know, funny comic.
Still rough artwork, and still with amateurish strokes and flourishes. And another one would be, like, the dueling tangents of the hair flowing from one panel to the next. It's almost like a vestigial twin on the back of the head.
ripping out guts and all as we just keep going deeper. He's elbow deep in Venom's mouth at that point.
Yeah, man.
Hilarious. And then, of course, gotta have Wolverine. Can't do one of these comics without Wolverine. Calls it a mercy killing, basically because of the overexposure of this Wolverine character, and pokes his eyes out.
Yeah, but when you see him, he's almost Dark Claw.
Very much.
Good eyeball, by the way. It wasn't a perfect circle. It had that little like iris and the little pupil, or like that little extra bump.
Yes. And our Z people, obviously a reference to the X-Men.
And it's down to the 2-page spread of it, like you would see in like a Will Spartaccio or Jim Lee X-Men.
This is a wild panel to me because it calls to mind 9/11.
Yeah.
This comic's done almost a decade before that. Clearly not a reference, but whenever you see like the explosion out of the building, man.
Popular targets, man. You could probably do a zine of the amount of times that the trade centers got some damage in old comics.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And then the great ending of this comic, he's not killing Barry Stewart. Barry Stewart wants to exploit him, man. He's like, do I get to pick my own crews, full creative control, royalties, anything you want? We think we can sell your character.
So he's foreseeing like the Brian Pulido, Joe Quesada wings of Marvel Comics. I do want to make shouts out, man, like because we're gonna get this little gallery in the back here with Hart Fisher, and he had the balls to try to get McFarlane and Jim Lee and them to sign a thing, and he puts, it might even be in the intro at the beginning, but they just like scoff and say, I'm not signing that. Shouts to the Kayfaber who got the signatures of Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld, and Todd McFarlane on his copy of Kill Image. We reposted that imagery on the Cartoonist Kayfabe Instagrams and Facebooks. And I thought that was just fantastic. And it goes to let you know that like those guys were like good-hearted about it with the passage of 20-something plus years, probably. Probably it would be very shocking to see something like that. Drawings of you. Like when we do our Inktober shit and people draw Red Room Eddie P getting eviscerated and stuff, like it's, you don't want mom to see that kind of shit. But.
Yeah, I've shielded the wife from the Red Room Crypto Killers 2 cover, my self-portrait being mutilated.
Right.
That's one I haven't shared at home.
Right.
I don't think she'd enjoy it. But once again, here's your checklist of Boneyard Press books, which I say is such a smart thing to do. Ed, you do it in Red Room.
Yeah.
Like, yes, of course. If you're a creator and especially a self-publisher or an independent publisher, show off your books. Let people know if you like this book, here's what else is available. So
this one slipped by me. I don't have it in the coffers, man. Rectum Erectum Halloween Fun.
Yes. Banned in Canada. The butt with bite is back. So a couple of interesting comics there coming out of that outlaw segment of 90s comics, and part of the reason I dig, I'll be honest with you, man, I got both of these for $1 over the course of probably a couple of years of digging separates the two of them, but I mean, like,
a lot of copies generated.
That's what you look for.
A lot of copies generated. He said he sold more Kill Image than Kill Marvel, which would let you know the state of affairs where Marvel was concerned and stuff. But I'm sure he didn't do less than 5 figures worth of print run of these.
Yeah, I would hope not, because I mean, I feel like these are books that you could still probably be selling. They're kind of evergreen in a lot of ways. As long as Image and Marvel are big dogs in comics, there'll be some interest in a book like this.
Truth. Good to go.
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so we can notify you when new videos are available. Gotta call attention to the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. This is where the King Kayfabers get first dibs on all the videos that we talk about, all the books that we talk about, because they get the videos before anybody else. And we are rapidly approaching Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, which is our effort to increase comic book awareness and comic book readership. The way that we're choosing to do that is to disseminate comics in those free little lending libraries in your neighborhood. We're packing up our comp copies from our publishers. We are accumulating our doubles that you guys have sent us and that we've accumulated just on our own independent comic digging. And we're going to sprinkle those things like Johnny Appleseed around town to create more comic readers. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, please let the people know what you have.
Hulk Grand Design, The Plain Janes, and Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive are currently in print and available wherever you buy books and comics. My next graphic novel will be Street Angel Princess of Poverty, collecting all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Both books are from Image Comics. They are designed to sit nicely next to each other on your shelf, so If you picked up one, pick up the other one, pre-order that one today. True Crime Funnies. This is a collection of some of my recent nonfiction comics. Self-published this comic book. It'll be available on my website. If it's not already there now, it will be very shortly. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read my latest comics as I finish them.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is at the printer. It is going to be collecting all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there right now today, and we're putting this out in time for Christmas. So if you got a rap fan in your life, man, they are going to be blown away by this. Scoop up the book at your earliest convenience, because we're already thinking that it's going to have to hit a second printing. That's not the only holiday special that is coming out from me. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback will be coming out in time for the holidays. It's going to be collecting all 3 Treasury Edition X-Men Grand Design comics that I put together inside of one handy-dandy trade paperback. The comic that I'm working on and putting out right now, though, is Red Room, and the 3rd season is upon us. The first issue is out right now. It's called Crypto Killers, and Crypto Killers number 2 is going to be coming out sooner than later. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. There are 2 trades of Red Room that are out there as we speak. Support the books, keep the channel rocking, but there are other ways to pledge your support to the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, can you let the people know?
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Nice.
All right, guys. Next up, pull out your original Hellboy Seed of Destructions. We're going to be looking at the Monkey Man and O'Brien backup by Art Adams. I remember saying during the Kill Image video, if you guys have any doubles or any Boneyard Press books you don't want, send them our way. That's one of those publishers that I've been collecting pretty much since I found out about them, or since I started back issue diving and bin diving. And, the other thing, if you're bin diving and come across those in dollar boxes, grab them and send them in. Because that's how I end up finding those books. But if you go looking for them like on eBay or something, you'll see big markups on most of those, the Boneyard Press books. So they're out there, but it's funny. Like a lot of this stuff, you can find them in dollar bins, or you can pay $20 for them on eBay. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's a recent phenomena that they're worth more or more sought after now. I guess as they've developed more of a reputation, but definitely interesting comics. I think that a lot of times these publishers will get pigeonholed for whatever their big success is, and then you disregard the rest of their output. But Hart Fisher published for like a decade under that banner, so there's a lot of weird stuff that came out of there. Like Ed was joking about Rectum or Rectum. That's a Russian comic. In a Russian comic, it was one of the first titles he published. So yeah, it's it's really an odd comic book, and one I don't have, to be honest. You can see some of it online and stuff, but it's just this oddity, from a publishing standpoint. Like you wouldn't think of that, like you wouldn't define Boneyard Press by it,
right?
But at the same time, it's one of the first books that he published. So
something, dude. Like when I was so perplexed last week when we covered that manga stuff and with the Lone Wolf and Cub. There was no other issues. It was the little bunkos, and that's 4 years later. It's so interesting. They get the license, they promote it, and it took that fucking long. But when they did that, it was such a hopeful, cool time because Akira came out also. So it's like, oh, we're getting all the good shit. now.
When was that? Early
2000.
2000, okay. Because I remember it. That was something that would have been covered on the like the comics web that I'd be following at the time, I remember. And it was a big deal because they were that size.
Yeah, well, one of the interesting things, like the way, Phantom of the Attic handled that is it was at what they would call the cash wrap section of the store, right at the cash register.
Mm-hmm.
Just like right where you would have airheads and bubble tape and shit like that. It would be like grab some Bunko fucking Lone Wolf and Cubs.
Yeah. That's fun. All right.
Good to go. We locked in properly?
Hit that lock in. There you go. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into today's topic, I want to remind everybody about Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. The second annual Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, where we ask our audience to join us in taking your extra comics, your doubles, your comp copies, just some good books that you're ready to move on from. Put those in the local lending libraries around your house. Let's try to grow some new comic book readers. We did it last year, and we saw thousands of social media posts, photos of those little lending libraries with comic books peeking out through the front windows. So do it again. We know that people go to those libraries they are readers. So let's give them something cool to read in the form of comic books. So put some good ones out there this year, the last Saturday in July, and share it on social media. Let's see if we can get more people involved in this initiative. So today, Ed, we're going to look at Mike Mignola's Hellboy, Seed of Destruction, but we're not looking at Hellboy. We're looking at Monkey Man and O'Brien by Art Adams, the backup story in this first miniseries. This is such an interesting kind of reversal. This is Bret Hart and Stone Cold at WrestleMania 13, a double turn, right, as they say. Because whenever these initiatives start, when Image starts, I've got my favorite creators that I can't wait to see the books they come out with, but I'm going to buy all of them because I'm in favor of what's happening.
Yeah.
And whenever Legend starts, I like some of those creators more than others, but I'm going to give them all a shot. And by the time Hellboy was over, it might have been my favorite in that bunch, but it wasn't the one I was most looking forward to going in. But one of the ones I had high hopes for was Art Adams' Monkey Man and O'Brien. It seemed really cool. It looked really good. Loved his art. And a little bit slower of an artist, I think, is so... What we get is, first, Monkey Man and O'Brien is going to appear as backups in this very first miniseries. And that's what we're going to take a look at here today.
Yes. Yeah. This is one of those things, man. I think there's such a lesson in what we're looking at right on the screen right now, Hellboy and Monkey Man and O'Brien, right? Because Mignola invested in himself deeply. And Hellboy, like your reaction mimics the reaction of the public. He was and also ran when it comes to John Byrne, Frank Miller, Art Adams, even.
Yeah. These were big A-listers.
Yeah. Who else was in Legend? Even Paul Chadwick was already a darling for Dark Horse. So I don't know that it was a wild success for Mignola to start. But he kept going on, and he built a tremendous piece of equity that is worth probably $100 million at this point with all the stuff that it has generated over time, maybe more. And with Monkey Man and O'Brien, first off, great title.
Yes.
I have a Mandela effect kind of thing happen because I thought that it was it was a cartoon. I thought that Monkey Man and O'Brien was a cartoon. It was not.
Okay.
It was Rusty and Big Guy were a cartoon. But I thought this was a cartoon. If Art Adams would have invested in himself and done a couple dozen issues of Monkey Man and O'Brien, I firmly believe that it would be $100 million property in the same stripe. I think that it would be so many action figures. McFarlane would have made toys of them. It would have been a very popular cartoon. Probably a couple rounds of movies.
Reading this makes me want to go back and read Art Adams' interviews at the time and see how he's promoting this stuff. Because, like, part of the appeal for me with Mike Mignola's Hellboy is I think that Mignola just figured out this is what I want to draw.
Yeah.
And like it just comes off the page, and you can see it just more and more ideas, come out of there. It seems like a very pure thing. It's his voice that we're seeing in here, to the point of like, push John Byrne out after the first arc because this is me. And, I think that's a giant part of the appeal. And I don't quite get that with Monkey Man and O'Brien. These two characters, I think, great design, but then what? And
Yes.
you're really going to see it in this 4-parter in a lot of ways. So the art,
boring.
I think, is unassailable, but nothing really happens.
It's
And,
true.
not to step on the rest of this video, but let's go. By the way, though, love this. You know what I mean? Like, this is the first issue. Let's get to this section, and it's like, oh, dude, this is what I want.
Just start it there.
Yeah.
Art, let me grab you by your lapels and shake you and just start the comic there.
Yeah, I don't care about their backstory. I want to see these two kicking ass.
Now, here's the thing. This is an era where we take for granted the John Byrnes and the Frank Millers who are writer-artists. Like it's just like, yeah, that's what you do. You're a maker of comics. That just was not done. It wasn't done. So even in this miniseries, Mignola with his Hellboy is on a little shaky ground, and he has John Byrne filling in.
It's very
the
noteworthy
dialogue.
that he does that. Because Mignola kind of looks around and goes, I don't know if I'm up to this or not. And I think that he's really proven himself to be a good writer.
Totally.
But at this point, he's like, let's do the best I can. And that means, like, I've worked well with John Byrne. Let's bring him in and get him to help out.
And it's a fresh set of eyeballs. Like Art Adams is going in cold here, man. Like, he doesn't really have an editor or anything like this. So, like, he's got to beat out a story himself, and he's never done that. Like, maybe at best he's worked Marvel method with somebody and kind of plotted a whole thing, but, like, he has to beat out an entire story, and he's far more into the drawing camp, to the point where he doesn't even really make comics anymore. He just does covers. He's a drawing fanatic. So the concept, fantastic. Muscle chick, smart ape. Nobody could draw better gorillas in the modern day than Art Adams. But this is it's boring.
Yeah, it is. It makes me feel a little bit bad, but it's going to be great to look at. So It's not a loss. This reminds me that he's doing like some of those Misamono covers, and I feel like you see some of the tech.
The Masamune Shiro apple seeds and stuff.
Yeah, and you see him pulling in some of those references there.
When you see his artwork, originals, when there's perspective, he grids that out. And you know what? Even to this day, if you go on his Instagram, you'll see it. He is a push pin.
Oh yeah,
like wooden fucking drawing table guy. Like his drawing board is now cork. It is no longer wood. With all the push pins he puts in, and he push pins in his art, and just grids all of his stuff out in like a light blue pencil, and then goes in with like a gray pencil, and tightens it up further. And then he's not a brush inker. He's not a dip pen inker. He is a micron inker for all of the fat lines and stuff too. That's like 2 passes. It's not push on the line. It's like draw another line. So that's tedious. When you use a brush or something, you're able to get thick and thins. When you're using dip pens, you're able to get thick and thins. But he's kayfabe and all of that.
And these are sisters. The O'Brien of the title is not the only O'Brien. This is her older sister, who's kind of a black sheep of the family and left. And now she is back because their missing father was this inventor, which allowed him to amass this kind of a house. And little sister's the one who took over his lab to try to keep looking for him. Presumably went missing through one of his experiments, and now these two are literally fighting over control of this stuff. Good cartooning. I like little sister bumps the keyboard. We get a close-up. We get a circle drawing attention to it, and a close-up that she's activated something. So while they are fighting back and forth with both sides having their extras waiting outside, as a family matter, let them work it out, we've got equipment going off inside, and a life form retrieval beam is working. And all we get to, because this is a short backup, is we get to see the life form come through, but we're not revealing anything yet. It's just a big, scary shape with maybe monkey-shaped feet.
Which is a great drawing, wholly unnecessary, because we saw page 1 and the front cover. So there's no mystery, there's no...
One other unnecessary part, let's blow her shirt off as this explosion takes place.
Sorry, Adams, baby. He's a fan of the T and the A.
You know what else, man? There's your Next Men cover at the time period. Byrne was working with this painter who would do like do a finished painting over top of his pencils and inks. I think they would pencil and ink it and show it on the back cover, and then you would see the color painted version on the front. And it was so weird looking, and Byrne seemed really taken by this at the time.
Yeah, the old dudes who were like
Pretty neat looking,
stuck in old Ben-Day color steps. That's your Neil Adams and that's your Howard Chaykin's. They love the bells and whistles of like technology, like being so constrained for so long with that kind of stuff. They go far out.
It's interesting if you're coming from an assembly line process like Byrne's most of his career. Whenever you see your art not just inked by others, but now you see it painted over, it's probably pretty cool, especially if it's not something that you're really practicing. All right, so part 2, here we go. And now our outsiders are hearing explosions and noise, and it's like, you know what, we're going in there. Because, I mean, these guys work for the older O'Brien, so they got to make sure she's allowed to sign those paychecks at the end of the week.
Yeah, straight out of Central Casting, those fellas.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see some of the chaos. This lab has been just exploded.
Wasn't there
the amount of stuff that's like wrecked in here?
And there's like a carcass of like a gorilla with like a little spinal column.
Yes, it's this head. It's just a head like, I don't know. Yeah, you can kind of make it out. It's almost a torso here. You're right. You do see a tiny little bit of spine sticking out of that.
I would bet that there's a story point for that, in a future issue that we will never get.
Well, we'll see how the response is. We've got a miniseries. There's more Monkey Man and O'Brien out there.
There is.
If there's a popular demand for it.
Yeah, no, like I'm very interested in doing that 3-issue miniseries, and once again, that's another Eddie P as Mush of comic book series, because I had that put on my pull list, and
you killed it.
It's so
There's
fun.
we're gonna have a lot of Mad audience members at you, Ed.
I know,
because
right?
you're naming the real titles that you put an end to by liking them. Here's the close up of this head, though. This is something that we get a moment of. It's kind of cool looking, but basically we're not gonna see it because O'Brien's knocked out, and now her assistant gets knocked out, and when they wake up, a lot of stuff is gone, including this head, which caused these guys apparently to have nosebleeds and something not to work right. So black panel to black panel. This is almost one of those Alan Moore transitions where he talks about, you can do color to color for panels, but also the page turn. And now they're both waking up, not sure how long they've been out, what's missing, what isn't, what happened. But here we are. Let's take this helmet off that's cracked and see what's under there. And it's a freaking living giant monkey.
Yeah, purple, which is also great. So she's got the orange hair. He's got the purple. There's so much. This book has so much going for it, man. I love the construction of this figure. It feels so solid.
Doesn't it remind you again of like the manga covers that he's putting together?
Backpack in perspective. Like he is paying attention to perspective of everything, and he's got that thing in perspective. It makes me think about if you go through his career, like there's not much gunplay in his comics because he always talks about just like fucking hating to like use the roller so much to like grit off guns and get them completely accurate. There are whole websites that show the tip of guns kind of like going a little off. I've done it a million times, but this is like just that's as tight as any kind of like gun. It requires as much draftsmanship as any kind of gun you would ever draw.
Great, amazing visuals all through this sequence. He's so good at getting the scale of Monkey Man down.
Always been great at that.
And I love these little details, like the detail stuff, of course, what Art Adams is known for, but having like the monkey foot in your shoes. It's really cool.
It's a great, like the body language of it. It feels solid. He's such an exceptional drawer.
There are really good ideas here. I like that Monkey Man, this is a different language that we're going to speak. So that's pretty cool, and we're going to see that kind of evolve as like, who is this character? But that's your piece for this backup. And even whenever he's yelling in this other language, I like this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, I don't like origins. Usually they don't mean much to me, and I want to see Monkey Man and O'Brien on missions, especially for your first time.
Yeah.
So good looking stuff though, and pretty cool whenever he's mad. I think there's a real sense of threat with that character whenever he's angry and not sure where he's at. Doesn't look too angry here though. So we're cutting into part 3, and O'Brien gives him the benefit of the doubt quite quickly. I feel like if I came across this, I would be, as every panel, I'd be further away from him than the previous panel.
There were some crazy, there's a video online where a guy is like at like a lakefront and fishing, and a gorilla like comes up and like sits there. Was it a gorilla or like a lion? I'm forgetting now, but like I think it might be a gorilla. Just like sits right next to him, like looks at him, and then like stalks off. And then the camera goes into the lake, like the river, and there's like 10 gorillas just so close to him. He got out of there. He's fine, but they were just letting him know, and he was doing everything he could to just be cool.
Man,
no, you know what it was? It was bears. It was bears.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
it was
Bears are a little different because if it's when salmon are running, those bears have full bellies. They don't care. You could go sit right beside them.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Except the bear came to sit next to him.
Because it'd be like hot dogs jumping in their mouths. Like they're not going to do anything except eat. Man, again with the virtuoso drawing, like you can see why everybody was so excited for Art Adams. Like whatever comic he's doing, I was excited for at this time period.
Always, yeah. Like I would his annuals, like I would pick up religiously.
This is such a great panel too. You can see some Legends heads sitting up here on the shelf. Almost some stuff you could imagine coming out of some of these comics. A T-Rex skull, and just awesome as a library. And O'Brien says, it's her father's library. She keeps it intact, hoping that he'll get back or that she'll find some answers in these books. But we see the Monkey Man character starting to reach for these. And this is part of what I was saying is like, this is a really cool sequence to me, the way he acclimates and picks up this language. And I do like how quickly that develops because like watching little kid cartoons, even that stuff Art Adams draws well. Bringing in like all the fruits and vegetables that they could find and cutting between our future tag team champions here as they're both sleeping. And whenever she shows up the next morning, totally different disposition on our guy.
Civilized.
Here. Yes, yeah, exactly.
Erudite.
Great body language by Adams. And whenever he turns around, he's speaking the Queen's English here. Perfect English.
I think, therefore I am.
Right. So there's your conclusion of part 3. And I don't know if you've read this at the time.
I have it.
I was so into Byrne at this time. So whenever it was like a new John Byrne title, it's like, yep, man, sign me up. Only did 4 issues of this, but it feels like it's him revisiting Fantastic Four in a lot of ways. And it must not have been creatively rewarding to him because he does one miniseries and moves on. But you see like the conceit is that this character, who I'm going to call a Reed Richards type, awakens 75 years in the future. And I don't know if actually Cal Carson, I don't know if that's a bad guy or a good guy. Justice didn't sleep in 85. It just didn't die. It went to sleep. So like I interpret this as this is your Fantastic Four set in the future, which is kind of a cool idea. And you can imagine these guys who spent their careers at Marvel and DC, a lot of them would do analogs of their characters whenever they went off to do creator-owned characters. Kind of a good gimmick if you're going to do some stuff from your Fantastic Four type of cast. But let's change the setting, give you some new room for stories. That cover is amazing of like the two characters blended together or whatever. Yeah,
it so closely feels like a 1963 Kayfabe comic.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in there because it's that kind of a Silver Age sensibility, maybe even like an 80s age sensibility. You see Frank Miller, Dave Gibbons, 2 more of the heavy hitters that were part of
second miniseries.
Legend. Yeah, it's wild to see. I love the ads of the time period.
Second miniseries of Sin City.
All right, so issue number 4 of Hellboy, Seed of Destruction, and this is going to be the conclusion of our intro to Monkey Man and O'Brien.
You know what we're going to have to do at some point, man? We're going to have to do the complete Seed of Destruction. Like we did issue 1 as a video, but it's worth investigating the whole thing on a Sunday at some point.
Yeah, I do think that you see Mike Mignola and Hellboy become what they are in the course of that. Like it's remarkable, that miniseries, I think, for how much it lays the groundwork for that character. All right, so picking up where we left off, it's the morning, and guess what? Monkey Man is Monkey Man now.
Right.
Maybe Dr. Monkey Man. And if he's going to be there for a while, let's build him a house. So you see him looking over blueprints and land movers in the background, like getting to work. Building his own oversized monkey house.
Right.
A monkey house for a monkey man. Meanwhile, something's happening with O'Brien. And if you've read Gen 13, you know exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. This redhead is going to go from a meek, smallish person to an oversized Amazon redhead. Dude, what's happening here? Right? Gen 13,
Yeah.
I think it's out at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, she's going full Fairchild.
This is 1994, so I think that it's out. One of them, it's uncanny that you have two redheads that are getting hit with radiation and turning into like Amazons.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for somebody. Maybe it happened without, like
It was
same
time.
time.
It was time. Just like Smith and Wesson versus Colt.
It's very strange.
There needed to be two buff redhead chicks.
Yeah, very odd. Meanwhile, Monkey Man is trying to rebuild her father's lab that was blown up whenever he was transported here because he wants to go home, of course. You see him welding with a tiny little welding shield, human-sized welding equipment, if you will. And he is just really frustrated by this. These tools don't fit his hands. He doesn't know what he's going to do. And you know what he's going to do? Put her to work. She'll be the hands. He can be the brains. And they will work together and become, like I say, future tag team champions.
I believe even the gorilla character, the smart gorilla, is something that gets adopted for Tom Strong. That gets explored in much greater detail, I believe, with Alan Moore.
Yeah, I think the smart gorilla, you could probably trace a long history of that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's Beast.
But man, that's a lot like Caitlin
Yes,
Fairchild.
Fairchild.
Yeah.
And the Shroomonoid is not far off from Mole Man, and we know that's where Art Adams' interest lies. Man, he likes kaiju and he likes Marvel Silver Age and that kind of stuff. Give us some of that. Like the origin stuff, you don't need that so much. Like, this is a cool design, and every design for every bad guy in the 3 issues is pretty freaking cool. What is the date?
Calls to mind the new Fantastic Four run. Because that's Mole Man and those monsters.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
such a good... And we look at that. You can check out that video at home if you want more Art Adams. We got a few other videos on him. But that new Fantastic Four Art Adams, I love that stuff.
Yeah, we call it the Holy Trilogy. So at the end, Monkey Man and O'Brien, #1, coming this fall, in parentheses, this fall with a question mark. This is 1994.
Yeah.
The 3-issue miniseries comes out July to September 1996.
July to September. This is fall 1990. This is June 1994. So that is over 2 years after this ad. And think of what the comics landscape is, because that's 1996. We've been covering that on Wizard, and every issue you have like everybody in there talking about how much trouble comics are in. That's when Art Adams miniseries comes out, and it's like the stuff is so right place, right time.
Yeah.
Like 2 years makes a gigantic difference.
It really
with comics.
does.
These 2 years anyway.
Yeah, it really does, because there's no real way to get like keep it in people's consciousness that much. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just have this. I'm seeing stuff. I'm looking at a little bibliography, but I'm not seeing. I know for a fact that there's Dark Horse Presents stuff.
Yeah, there is Dark Horse Presents stuff. I think there's a
Big
one
Turtle.
shot that might collect that stuff.
There's a series called Dark Horse Extra 1 through 7 from 98 to 99. That's the last of the Monkey Man and O'Brien stuff.
I'd love to see some of that stuff in black and white.
Yeah.
Like in the Dark Horse Presents. This Wolves of St. August ad, this is the next Hellboy that was in Dark Horse Presents. It's really cool, and I would like to look at this, because that's a chance to see black and white Hellboy, and there's a lot of Kirby on those pages. And Mike Mignola, I've said it before, he's one of those guys where it looks great in color and it looks great in black and white, which is not that common, not that easy to do. So that's one I'd be curious to take a look at. But also Art Adams in black and white in Dark Horse Presents, I'd be down for that too.
Yeah, I have the one like where it's got Monkey Man O'Brien on the cover. It's a white background and it's colored with like a watercolor. Do you know that one? Holding a big gun. So I do have that issue for sure.
Makes me wonder if I have that. I have a lot of like rando issues.
It's like a big tortoise. It's almost like Gamera is the villain of the thing, which is exactly what you want that to be.
Well, that's what that's my takeaway from reading this is like, man, I'm excited for Art Adams, Monkey Man, and O'Brien. You read this and don't see any monster fighting, and then you wait 2 years before you get the payoff of like, let's fight some monsters already.
Yeah.
And that's just, the timing. I don't know whose fault it is. In the back there, he talks about having their first baby, so I understand how time can get away from you. But from a market standpoint, it probably cost him a lot.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. But you know what I will say? Highly anticipated in Wizard Magazine and stuff. Like Monkey Man and O'Brien would be mentioned even during that gulf of 2 years between this and the inevitable miniseries. It was never out of people's consciousness. Whenever they would talk about the Legend line, Art Adams' name was mentioned with Monkey Man and O'Brien. It was, if it's July to September '96, then they did that the old the Image trick of like, listen, motherfucker, we need to be on time, so get your 3 issues done before we even solicit.
Well, that was hammered so hard, like they blamed everything possible for the comics collapse, and late shipping was one of those things that definitely got pressured a lot. Diamond may have changed policies by then even, because like companies would get fined for shipping products late at some point. The thing is, like Monkey Man and O'Brien, and you see the images, that's all you need. Like that's enough to launch the imagination of everybody who's into comics, because like, was it Julie Schwartz that would say, put a giant ape on the cover, put a giant monkey on the cover, we'll sell extra books.
Right.
Like it's such a perfect, if you just get one piece of art of these two characters, it's perfect for a comic book. It's such the combination of like, yeah, let's get into this.
We've been pretty devoid of Art Adams comics for a very long time, but you cannot sleep on those terrific tales.
Yeah,
Strips as Johnny Future or whatever that chick's name was, that written by Alan Moore, but it is Art Adams going for it unlike he ever has before.
I need to read those, because it's also, I always think Alan Moore, one of those writers that writes to artists, writes to their strengths. And I mean, like, as a writer, when you see Art Adams is going to be the guy drawing your thing, rewrite your script, because that is an ace. You know what I mean? Like, make him draw the stuff that you want to see him draw.
Before we got to know Jeff Darrow, I would look online and just try to find some interviews and stuff on YouTube or whatever. And he there's a thing up there where he's talking about he was going to be a part of that Spirit New Adventures. And with Dennis Kitchen asked him, he said yes. But he said, do not tell Alan Moore that Jeff Darrow says yes, because you know what he's going to do? He's going to make me fucking make a bunch of buildings that spell out spirit. And I just don't want to do that. And Dennis Kitchen mentioned Jeff Darrow. Alan Moore wrote the script. And it was exactly what Jeff Darrow feared. And he didn't do it, but a guy did. And it's really good, but it's that thing of like Alan Moore knowing what he has, knowing the talent that's at his disposal, and maximizing that.
I do think sometimes that's a benefit to the to an artist in this example, and I'm not saying Art Adams specifically, but I think sometimes like you get a guy like Alan Moore who clearly has a knack for like looking at an artist and being like, oh, the potential, they're good at this, they're good at that. Artists aren't always the best judge of what they've got.
That's true.
And sometimes having a good... Because an editor could be that good person who's like, you know what? This guy would be perfect at crime. Let's get him on this crime book or whatever. And sometimes you have those stories through comics history of just... it's not just that the guy's talented and can do any book. It's that talent set could really do this or that character.
Yeah. And on the flip side, be careful not to be typecast if you don't want to just do the same thing over and over again forever, because editors are good for that stuff. You good to go?
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is coming last Saturday in July. We are taking a bunch of our comp copies of previously published books. We are taking a bunch of our comic book doubles. We are going around town and we are stuffing the free little lending libraries in our neighborhood and adjacent neighborhoods full of comics. The idea being... When little Jimmy and little Ed are playing hockey on the street and they come across that little lending library and they see a cool drawing of Goku, they pick it up, they become instant comic fans. That's just going to happen. Thousands of people participated last year. This is our second effort. I'd like 10,000 people. The exponential growth of the internet is possible. Can make that kind of thing possible. So,
and be sure and put in that little photocopy card of the local comic shops, of the library, of wherever more comics are available. Leave a little note in that book.
Yeah, for sure. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So Jimmy, let the people know what we got.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next release from Image Comics, coming out later this year. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, also published by Image Comics, out in a new edition and available now. Get both books, they'll look great as a set on your shelf. Hulk Grand Design, oversized Treasury Edition, fluorescent green cover, my dream book design. You can't miss it if you walk in a shop and they have that book. If not, order it from wherever you have to while supplies last. And the first young adult graphic novel, The Plain Janes, still available in print. The perfect gift book for that niece or daughter in your life. My latest book is True Crime Funnies. This is self-published and features 3 nonfiction stories about wrestling and about crime and drugs. This is self-published and will be available on my website. You can also follow me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read my latest comics as I finish and post them.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is at the printer right now. Look at that gold foil cover, baby.
That's amazing.
The gold is for the honey and the green is for the money. 504 pages. This is the size of the spine, man. We're going girth these days. And this is going to be gold, thanks to Jimmy's instruction. 504 pages. That means it is all of the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there, but we are adding 140 pages of additional content that is not in those 4 volumes, including a bunch of artwork that I made specially for this volume. Going to be out in time for the holidays. Put in your pre-orders because we had to lock in our print run, and we do not know that it's going to be enough to fill that demand. That said, this holiday season, I also have the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is going to be coming out. This is where we're taking all 3 Treasury editions of X-Men Grand Design and we're packaging them into a trade paperback for the people who missed out on some of the out-of-print X-Men Grand Designs. The book I'm currently working on now, though, is Red Room. And the latest season of Red Room is called Crypto Killers. First issue is out right now. Second issue is coming out at any moment. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. All issues are self-contained. There are 2 trade paperbacks of the previous seasons. Give an issue a shot. If you dig it, grab another. Jimmy, name another way or 2 that the people can support Cartoonist Kayfabe.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Beautiful. One more. One more, and I chose it. I chose it with the idea of from piggybacking off of our weekly last week about natural drawing, like natural cartooning. Those Crumb sketchbooks, like that is what that is.
Yeah, I was telling Ed, everybody, that I was talking to Jeff Darrow yesterday and just talking about comics and whatnot, and he was talking about Mobius's reaction to Crumb's drawing, and you see those little tick marks in like Mobius art,
right?
And is that from Crumb? It might be. It might be. It's 2 guys who draw phenomenally well, and that's what happens, man. That stuff's such an inspiration. You see another drawer. It speaks to you. Hey, I'm gonna transfer this to you right now. Before I forget, it's only a minute and a half. It'll only take a second to send it.
Yeah, if we could do it to the iPad, that's probably best.
Okay. How do I do that? Should you turn your phone off for 1 second?
Dunk, dunk.
Oh, you know what? I might be in airplane
No, we're good.
mode.
We're good. Just let it be. You see the progress on your thing?
Yeah, it's coming.
Cool.
Timothy says we've been at this for hours. Timothy, do you not usually catch or are you a new King Kayfaber? Either way, man, this is what happens in our record sessions. So welcome to the club.
Yeah, man, we do all week's videos at once and then drip them out throughout the week.
Yeah, and this week's a little bit different because we are on the road Thursday if you're joining us late. So got to do our recordings now.
And what is funny is like it's going to take us less time with this recording session than any other because we're not doing a big...
We did some long videos, though. I got a 45-minute one on here.
We did.
I think you got a couple close to 40.
I got all half hours for sure. But they would have been that anyway, plus an hour, you know? We'll go through all of these eventually. Volume 4 is the out of print one.
Do you know what's in there? Volume 4, like why it's out of print?
I mean, I have it.
Yeah, but I mean, is there a reason that you don't know if it's...
Nah, I think it might be just like diminishing returns print run, so, but they didn't anticipate it or something. And I don't know whether the guy just doesn't keep it going. Bill said he used to deal with that guy directly, as just like he's a like a wholesaler or something. I don't know which. Can you shut your phone off for a second? Or are you rendering something?
I was, yeah. It's probably admin, right?
We'll see. Boom.
West Coast Day Avengers. I'm looking for Wizard 60 through 67.
Dude, you should open that up real quick.
You think there's some in there?
I have no idea. It feels like a fabric. Or bubble wrap. No wizards?
Yeah.
We'll fuck with it later, man. Look at this.
Jeez.
All right, Jimmy. I'm good to go. Welcome to Cartoonist. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to take a look at an uncensored, controversial sketchbook from the great Robert Crumb. He just spent about a month and a half, man, doing a tour of America. Man, I'm seeing photos of him popping up at Drew Friedman's studio, Dan Clow's studio. He's kicking it with Glenn Bray. He's kicking it in Cincinnati, Ohio with Miss Carol Tyler. He was here in PA on the day that we went we were on the news. He was at State College, man. You know, we sacrificed that trip to be on the news. But super fun stuff to look at. First, we got to let you guys know that we have a Patreon. And at that Patreon, if you're a King Kayfaber, you're able to kick it with us right now as we record these videos. And you're mitigating the kayfabe effect because you get the videos before anybody else. We're celebrating Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. It's going to be the last Saturday in July. Jimmy and I are encouraging you to take your accumulated comic book doubles, your old comics that you don't think you're going to read anymore. Spread those around town at your free little lending libraries that are in your various neighborhoods and around the city. Jimmy and I are doing the same. Last year, we instituted this initiative for the very first time, and thousands of people showed up and tagged us in photos, showed us the cool lending libraries, and we're excited to continue this tradition and make it a tradition over the next bunch of years. But without further ado, man, let's look at the Taschen version of the Robert Crumb sketchbook, Volume 2, covering the period between September 1968 January 1975, man. That's quite a section of time, man. Certainly a big, important section of time for Robert Crumb. And off the bat, you know, there goes your controversial imagery that persists to haunt him for forevermore. But one of the reasons I'm interested in looking at this, Jimmy, is kind of going off of a conversation we had very recently on a Kayfabe Weekly, where we were discussing the idea of natural cartooning, the idea of just like not binding yourself to the, you know, accepted rules of cartooning and drawing, and allowing for there to be a little bit of a hand in the art, a little bit of wobble, and you can get there just by working in straight ink.
I was gonna say that's what I see here as you're flipping pages, and that spontaneous drawing, right?
Yeah.
And I've heard other cartoonists talk about this explicitly. The idea of like you're starting wherever on this page, and now you want to finish that drawing, however that finish may look. It's almost problem solving, but if you work this way, you learn to think this way. And this is the second volume that we're into of Robert Crumb working this way, and I think he may have worked this way his whole life. Who knows? But you do develop those skills, and it's a thought process. It's a facility with the actual drawing tool and the combination of being able to record what you see spontaneously on the page, or near spontaneously.
If you take a look at the very earliest complete Crumb comics of volume 1 and 2, take a look at his two-man comics that he does with Charles Crumb. You could easily identify both of their artwork on the same page. Charles Crumb has this almost ink-like confidence in his pencil line. You could tell that he's pushing down hard on the page, and he has these very definite shapes that he's using, and is a very solid, great cartoonist. The Robert Crumb portion is noodly, sketchy, lacks confidence, and is unsure of itself. Drawing in straight ink in this way, I think, shores up that confidence a little bit. That will tighten up your pencils.
Yeah, it's always borderline depressing to me to look at these because I'm so far from being able to do this.
Yeah.
And you see it as pure cartooning, whether it's the inclusion of word balloons or even like drawing panels and sometimes strips on some of these pages, like these mock-up covers with incredible lettering and composition. And the idea that you're just putting these down is just like tough.
It's insane because like the lettering feels right. The spacing feels right. The size of the letters, the letting and kerning feels correct. Still doing those life drawings, man.
I was going to say, the observational drawing's huge.
This is one of those things, man. I was thinking about some dudes. Some of the comics that we've been covering the past couple of weeks, man, are really hitting nostalgic buttons and shit. And there are guys that I drew with the other kids who could draw in school, right? And they would be interested in comics, and I would tell them, like, guys, I'm reading interviews in Wizard, and everybody's saying, like, we gotta like learn how to draw a chair, and like we got to learn to draw buildings. So I started to take little field trips down to Oakland to get my comics, but I would hang out there for the day, draw the buildings and sketchbooks and stuff. All my homeboy Jason would do is draw Sagat from Street Fighter 2 doing a jump kick. Like that was the only drawing that he would do, and he copied it from the manual inside of Street Fighter 2, and that's all he was interested in doing, man. And drawing guns, Mac 10s and shit like that. But I'm like, dude, I think we got to figure out how to the folds and clothes work.
Yeah, here we go with like the comics in your sketchbook. Amazing, this ability to do. I mean, that was a good page. That whole page was impressive.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's not his first page, I mean, that's the real takeaway. Like, if you want to work this way, you got to work this way, and it's going to involve probably a sketchbook's worth of this stuff before you get to volume 1.
Yeah, I said it before. Like, we'll say it again. I actually forgot what I was gonna. We'll cut that part out.
His ability, and I've said this before when we look at the previous volume, to go from this kind of stuff where like that's cartoony, but it's also much more rendered than something like this. Whenever I say cartoony or this, if you had the Scott McCloud triangle of like the different styles that go from cartoony to realistic, to sound effect, you could populate most of that pyramid with what you find in this sketchbook.
Yeah, it's out of control.
You also see the part of Americana, the little building studies, the different types of people that he's seeing and drawing from.
Just the type of furniture. It's really rooted in observation. That's one of the things that really excited me about his work. I got that one issue of Anything Goes with the Ninja Turtles on the cover, and there's like a 4-page like duck story or some gooses or something, and like the lighting on these teacups I was paying attention to, the shading on tires I was paying attention to, and I'm just like, I've never seen it done this way in comics before. very horny period for Crumb.
Is there a period that isn't?
There really is, and we just ain't there yet. We just ain't there yet.
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking as we go through, second volume here, and as we continue to go through these sketchbooks, I'm curious to see the changes.
Yeah.
If there's something that you can observe, because like 7 years from the beginning of this to the end of this is significant. You hear about like our cells replenish. You don't have a cell older than 7 years in your body.
Right. Yeah.
So like you're getting certainly a big period of time.
Yeah. I mean, if you compare this to the first volume, there's so much different. He's really starting to figure out crosshatch with meaning. In the first volumes, it would be a lot of like parallel line hatching that would not go around the form, and he would do it almost as color and stuff like that. But like you see him going with the form much more, and having an understanding of that. And he's talked even in recent interviews that crosshatch is something that he's been chasing, for his whole life to try to get that correct. And I do think that is what you will see. I like these pages where there's clearly like two tools on the page. I don't think that it's a conglomeration of different sketchbook pages.
Here's an interesting idea. We talk about like changing technology.
Yeah.
This kind of drawing is essentially chasing a technology based in engraving.
Yeah.
Like in a weird way, this just isn't used anymore. Like you probably won't see people now. If somebody's drawing this way, it's a reference to this as opposed to a reference to like the original people that had to draw that way in order to have that be a commercial illustration, or to have that commercial, or to have that illustration reproduced for people to see it.
Yeah, it's true. He with that Crumb documentary, he really changed the way everybody saw their sketchbooks, man. Like, I think everybody, after you see that doc, like, goes through a phase where you got to get that rapidograph and do just straight ink drawing.
When I see this page, it makes me think, like, this is a writer.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that because, like, a writer would make observations, but they'd be describing maybe the character that's making that statement. Whereas here, it's like, well, I'll describe it with the drawing, and then I'll have the words, as a vital part of it, but you'll have context because you'll look at the image, you'll look at the character.
I do believe...
There's a couple of different pens on that page.
Absolutely, man. It looks like even Sharpie marker. That's stunting, man. That's showing off. Here's what I meant to say before, dude. I said it before, I'll say it again. These sketchbook works are as important, if not more important, works of Robert Crumb than the comics. They're a vital piece of our Crumb fine artist.
They are, and they're literally when you say cartoon, falls under that category. That's a bit of a lost art. You don't see that anymore either, at least not in that traditional sense of the word cartoon. And if you look at like the Comics Journal has written about this extensively, like whenever they did their top 100 list, they include these for all the reasons that we've said and then some. But it is like literally cartooning. It's shorthand of what he's observing around him. And in a way, it's a more acute version of it.
It's true. But, like we're so early, the later
this is absurd.
pieces.
This is just ridiculous, this section. This feels like what a fertile period he's going through here. What was going on in his life at this point? Was this like the post-weird LSD? Like, this is phenomenal. Like, we've gone through several pages to get here. Now we're pages in the 200s, and it's like something has leveled up.
Right.
Good Lord.
He will get into more observational drawing, like pieces like this.
Mm-hmm.
This whole page, I remember this is in that Artistic Comics sketchbook that Dennis Kitchen put together. And that's the thing. Like, I would get these drips and drabs of his work, and it would be this that would fucking just fascinate me so much. I love the double lighting. It makes me understand. I could look at his work and understand what the double lighting is. Like, okay, that's a reflection of light off of that.
You talked earlier about his cross-hatching and learning cross-hatching, and I realize these are dashes less than cross-hatching, but you see him doing a cylinder there, and then you come over here and go, oh, look at these legs. It's applying this observational drawing to these cartoons now that I'm drawing, that, hey, the legs are cylinders. How do you draw that? Same as your hot water tank.
Yeah, well said. Damn, somebody's in traction, Jimmy. Poor Simon. These are classic images that are in that artistic comics book. And of course, for those playing at home that don't realize it, this is the sketchbook material that Crumb did trade for that like villa in France.
This is pretty cool, like seeing him, essentially trying the same character, the same reference,
doing the thing, man.
Yeah. Yeah, because drawing hands isn't hard enough. How about this for negative space playing around? Because he's not drawing those figures first.
How about this, man? Drawing Plastic Man.
Yeah. He'd be a good Plastic Man artist. I mean, I guess he'd be a good artist at anything, but Plastic Man's a funny one to think of him.
I could see, he doesn't often reference guys like Jack Cole, but I could see that being a part of his repertoire.
That's the right time period.
I remember this in the coffee table book.
This kind of cartooning, amazing. And I mean, it's got to be a reference to, not a reference, but I mean, it's editorial type of cartooning.
Right.
Not a reference, but I just feel like he looks at everything and it's just internalizing. Oh, I'll go back one. There's a famous, I feel like this is a really famous.
Yeah, there would be something very close to that. That would be a great weirdo cover.
Yeah.
Is that Dennis Kitchen?
Interesting. You wonder if he goes back through these sketchbooks. Like somebody that has sketchbooks of this quality, are they a tool? We've talked off air about like Jim Woodring having shelf books in that documentary, and I think he talks about going back through those. And I wonder, like, if you're working at this level in your sketchbooks, is it a tool?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of analogs from this that show up in the books, of course, man. He was trying to get together, he and Zwigoff, like in the 70s, were trying to put together a Bigfoot movie, and they were going to get those Mitchell brothers, the Behind the Green Door guys, to bankroll that thing. Everybody's in San Francisco going nuts.
That Square Dinosaur was so bizarre.
Yeah. This is another one from that artistic comics. Like, have you ever seen a better drawn pencil? Cartoony pencil? Like,
yeah.
Unbelievable.
But all this stuff is. I'm as impressed by that as I am that cartoony pencil.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like, hitting it with, it looks like a perfect circle. Like, so either a circle template or a compass, and then turning it into a cartoony
mug,
piece.
Right,
a
plate or a teacup or something sitting there. It's so hard to tell. And man, every time you turn a page and you see more of these figures, it's mind-blowing, like how many of these figures are just running through these pages.
Yeah.
Highly rendered.
And just the observation, the little rules and stuff there. It's genius.
There was mud back there. Like that stoned sketchbook page, is that stuff that becomes a strip.
Right. It's interesting, man, because, like, what's the time period here? 68? Yeah, maybe. I would have assumed that Stoned Again comes before this, because that's in the early Zap.
Hey, maybe he's revisiting it too. Just fooling around, absentmindedly waiting on a bus and fooling around in his sketchbook. It'd be funny to compare it and see if he's like made some improvement in the printed strip that bothered him, and here he is a couple years later fixing an error just for himself,
figuring out the wrinkles.
Always with the lettering. Anytime he's throwing in any kind of lettering, I love it. This is fun to me. Seeing a little bit of a less rendered, this is what I think of as the sketchbook we've been looking at, but then here it is of like working it out, but quickly.
And there will be a page that comes from this, man, where he reduces the female body down just to like little nubs.
Yeah, I mean, some of those drawings, it's almost borderline like the like one-line drawings.
Right.
And we've looked at, if you guys are into sketchbooks, we've looked at Chris Ware's sketchbooks, which are kind of an interesting comparison because they are equally rigorous, and a lot of comics being done in sketchbook version of comics. A lot of stuff that doesn't get translated into a final, but also shows you a cartoonist working, thinking on his sketchbook pages. Boy, these single line drawings are wild.
Great gravity.
Yeah, the Venus de Milo shape.
Right. Zoftig, I believe. Uh-oh, he got a new obsession. Beware, Miss Leela. You're going to be given a piggyback ride in a minute. Then we're getting to the Aileen period, Honey Bunch.
The mashup too between like the really cartoony and then the stuff that's pretty observational.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe you'll see the face that's like totally a cartoon and then the rest of the body's rendered and tight. Weird. Tons of devotion to the figure drawing though, and that to me is like the realistic, like the reference, you know, the observational drawing from real life.
And that's the stuff that it abuses like all classical training the way he does it, because he works in pen without penciling. And what do they teach you, man? You do your warm up, 5 seconders, 10 seconders, 30 seconders, and you have this like, center line and all that stuff. He's not doing that, yet he's still having the same weight, the same grace of figure.
Makes me curious to go to life drawing and go with an ink tool.
Yeah.
When we used to do figure drawing in school, we would do all kinds of different tools like ink and stuff. It wasn't the norm, but occasionally we would do it. And that was, that was kind of the idea, is like, well, really look before you put that line down.
Yeah.
I wonder how much he committed to this kind of like straight to ink drawing because he wanted to make these comics. Like at the end of the day, it's like comic book artist, illustrator, and the ink line was it. So don't even mess with the other stuff.
Right. He was so much obsessed with those like late 19th century, early 20th century Thomas Nast type guys that I think that just dominated his mind.
Right. Makes perfect sense. I mean, it's almost how everybody works. It's just what dominates your mind changes from artist to artist, but like in terms of, you find that thing that speaks to you and then it is just on.
This piece right here is like the culmination, right, of like cartooning plus observational drawing, down to like the antennas on the roof, like all these buildings, these feel very sound, very solid. And then everything feels accurate.
Right, and then you get to the clouds, and it's completely the cartoon cloud.
And the girl's face.
Yes.
The proportions, the body, all of it.
He always draws shoes so well.
He does, man. Like, it takes you a minute to realize, like, the front of the shoe comes up. Mm-hmm. Everybody draws it flat.
Yeah.
For a while.
And then it takes you years to actually be able to draw the front coming up and have it look right.
Yeah.
It's great whenever he has his characters walking, though, and you see, like, the whole shoe flipped up, and it still has that curve.
Yes.
It's very three-dimensional.
Yeah, no, he understands.
Now, when we get here, what came in? What did he cross paths with?
Right.
Is that Eileen's influence? Like, I wonder what he's looking at, what's entered his life that he's suddenly exploring some new graphic information.
I think I saw a little brush. No, probably like an actual dip pen with some of this.
Yeah, something heavy there, probably. I was impressed by seeing the hands.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody that draws good hands always impresses me. And, it's almost a subset of drawing from figures is like, do some hands, do some good hands.
That's why it's always a book unto itself, the Andrew Loomis stuff or whatever.
That's great, that lunch drawing.
Yeah.
Social media before social media.
Setting the precedent, there are like no less than 3 volumes of his what do you call it, placemat drawings. Oh, dude. Look at the tension in that finger. Mm-hmm. Like, you just never see people draw something like that.
Yeah, once you see it and it's done right, instantly.
Yeah.
I saw what feels like fewer cover mock-ups throughout this sketchbook. It makes me think like where his head is in terms of maybe the underground comics at the time. Like that first volume may have been really a time period when he was just doing so many covers for everything, thinking that way. And now this feels like a little bit of a departure from there.
Right. The Bean effect.
It's pretty interesting. Boy, the drawing is just so complex here.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is like finished drawing. Like, he's definitely using his dip pens here.
Also, the lettering, like just the combination of everything that's on these 2 pages. Man, tight. Do you think if you were to start drawing now, Ed, like start making comics now, knowing everything that you know at this point, do you just go to ink? Do you just say like, look, it's going to be bad comics for the first couple hundred pages anyway. Let me just do them bad in ink. Like when I see some of those pages that have like a really complex composition, and to think like you can kind of stare at them and go, all right, maybe, yeah, I probably can't do this right now, but I can kind of see how this works. You know, you can see the pieces laid out. It seems doable, possible. And then like that's everything you need to make a comic page there.
You know, I'm trying to. One of the reasons why we're looking at this, man, is because I'm in that spirit of doing a daily comic, and that is a grind. That is a pressure cooker, man. There is a lot to that. You know, there is a lot of sacrifice required for that. In terms of process, you got to try to shave off a little time here, little time there. One of the things that I'm doing is laying out my strips in Procreate. I'll kind of give like a rough kind of bubble character of the figure, but for the background, I'm just slashing lines using the perspective grid. I'm setting up my vanishing points. That is all I have to go by. When I go to my finish board, I will tighten up the figure a little bit, and I'm going to be moving away from that to ink them, but all the backgrounds are not penciled. Like it's just sketchbook, and it's, you know, it's a single line, it's a thin line, it divorces itself from the characters, it never touches, and in fact it's the furthest. I stop the line further than I ever have on a drawing, keeping it further away from the character for clarity's sake, and I really like it. It's very much the way they did it in old newspaper strips that had lots of hatching. So I'm ready for that. You know, I think you have to work up to that. Now, Crumb was still a young guy here, but we have clear evidence that he had the drawing time in of somebody 10 times his age. You know, like he had double the drawing time than somebody his age. So he already put in the 20,000 hours, the 30,000 hours to get to that place. I've seen Joe Kubert do some things. You know, draw a fucking gorilla swinging from a tree from scratch, starting with the nose. I saw it in front of my face, man. He was working for Will Eisner when he was 12, and I knew him when he was 70 or 80. So you just got to get a couple decades in, man. And then
here's the other thing about Crumb. 68 to 75 is Underground Comic peak.
Yeah.
I wonder, like, so this is probably one of his peak creative periods.
Sure.
And now what? Do we dip a little bit and then it's back in the 80s, like he gets into Weirdo and he's doing it again? I don't know what he does in the late 70s.
Yeah. I don't think he's ever stopped doing the comic stuff. Like his stuff was the stuff that would sell.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think he ever had a problem. And, you know, we see that now. Like people are talking about like the glut of comics now that we're living and all that stuff with like a lot of stuff that's happening in the news and things. And we have a cottage industry of ourselves, you know, that like we could take care of our own thing. Robert Crumb definitely had that. They tried to get him to be a host on Saturday Night Live. You know what I mean? Like this dude was a cultural icon. And I'm sure it was reluctant, to say the least, man. But in the spirit of just that natural cartooning, natural line, allowing some real energy to be on the page, I had to take a look at this, man, and had to share it with the Cartoonist Kayfabe audience, man. You good to go?
Yeah, I am. One last comment on this, and it's just that because are there six of these?
Six.
So you imagine 6 volumes of this. You know, we're coming up to about here or so.
Right.
I think that's the testament, too, to why this stuff is so important. Because this is an ongoing record of this cartoonist.
Yes.
And it covers enough of his work is in these sketchbooks that, I mean, like, this is the body of work. Like,
yes.
This might be, page count-wise, equal to the comics. You know, maybe it's less, but it's so much.
It's way more. Like, it's way more than the finished comics. And you raise a good point because between 6 volumes, 500-page books a piece, we're talking 3,000 pages of artwork that he never thought would ever be seen by anybody on any real wide scale. It was just for himself.
It's very much like you get closer to his thinking.
Yes,
looking at this stuff.
That's for absolute sure. You know, because with that thought in mind, these are private at this point when he's putting them down. There is the placemat drawings. We saw some of those at the biennial
right
at Pittsburgh. when they had the big art show. So much whiteout. And his late period sketchbooks, so much whiteout because that self-consciousness is there because he knows people are going to see it.
Yeah.
I don't know that that was the case in the old ones.
You know, one last thought on all of this. We've heard like Drew Friedman talk about maybe the greatest living artist.
Yeah.
Not cartoonist, artist. And that carries some other stuff with it. And I wonder if you remove the sketchbooks from his body of work, if that statement can be made. Because of the access you get to sort of his like thought process on these pages, and you can kind of see him seeing the world and working stuff out, it allows us to think of him as an artist in a way that if you remove that part, now it's this mystery that we don't have documented, and we don't get to sort of like see motifs developing over decades, or, you know, kind of see what he can do in terms of his facility as an artist. Do you know what I'm saying there?
I do. And it's a good question.
Documentation of this guy that if you remove it, I don't know that he's the world's greatest living artist. You need this part. You need this insight.
It's interesting to think about, man, because there's a lot of exclusionary energy when it comes to fine art. There just is. And I think those German sketchbooks might have been 1,000. There might have been 1,000 of them. Fantagraphics didn't sell that many of those things. To go with your thesis, if that's the case, a very few people in the world got to see the true artist. And that's why I'm very interested in promoting these sketchbooks, because they're more important than the comics for all those reasons that you just described. And I think that they're available. Volume number 4, it's going to be a little tough for you. And maybe another one or two of them are out of print. But if you have any interest in these and you weren't lucky enough to get that old German set, which I was not, once people get their hands on them, they hold on to them forever. But this is a great facsimile. I'm very proud to own these, and I'm very comfortable having these as my set.
Yeah.
And there's less upcharge, which is always good for the pocketbook. Jimmy, good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We have a Patreon for Cartoonist Kayfabe, and the Kayfabers mitigate the Kayfabe effect by getting the vids before anybody else. They'll go on the Taschen website and scoop up the last copies of a long out-of-print Robert Crumb sketchbook, or go on eBay and find a copy of Volume 4 from somebody selling it who didn't realize that it's so out of print and it's only $40 or something. Jump on the Patreon, subscribe, and support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. We're also promoting Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, which is our initiative to create more comic readers. For a healthy comics culture, man, you need people to read the things. So let's put comics where people are. And we're going around town to the free little lending libraries the last Saturday in July. And we're going to be putting our comic book doubles. We're going to be putting our copies of our own comics into those free little lending libraries, with the idea that somebody's going to stumble upon them, check them out, and maybe become future comic readers. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, I want you to tell the people what you have forthcoming.
I have Hulk Grand Design, Plain Janes, and Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive available right now in print wherever you buy books or comics. Street Angel Princess of Poverty will be my next graphic novel from Image Comics, out later this year. It collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadly Squirrel Alive, so if you have one, you need the other one, and together they make a complete set. My latest comic book, self-published, True Crime Funnies #1. This collects 3 short stories, nonfiction, color and black and white, and they will be available on my website after we get back from Heroes.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
If I don't sell them all there.
Yeah, man.
But rest assured, I'll do another printing if that happens.
Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus, is coming to you in time for the holidays. Going to collect the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there right now. These are just the cover proofs. You see the size of that spine, 504 pages, 140 pages of extra material that is not in those first 4 volumes. We have sent it to press, and we have a finite print amount that we've created. There's a print run, so get yours sooner than later. Make sure you lock it in, pre-order it, go call your comic shop, make sure that they get it. Also in time for the holidays is going to be the X-Men Grand Design trade paperback. We're calling it X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. It's going to have all 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design, all of my comics portion, maybe a little gallery of variant covers and stuff like that. I don't quite know. But that's coming out in time for the holiday season also. And Red Room Crypto Killers is the comic that I'm working on these days. It is coming out on a monthly basis. The first issue is out. And the second issue, as of this recording, is coming out within a week or two. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. All of these issues are completely self-contained stories. So if you see an issue of Red Room in the wild, scoop it up, give it a shot, read it. If you dig it, grab another. There are 2 trade paperbacks of that out there in the wild as we speak, man. So give those comics a look. Jimmy, what else do we have going on?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. A week's worth of videos. We are going to be splitting on Thursday to Heroes Con. Shouts to everybody who's going to Heroes Con. We'll see you down there. Make sure you rock your Cartoonist Kayfabe attire and whatnot. And Jimmy, the following week, man, Thursday.
Back on Thursday.
Going to be right back at it.
Should be back on schedule for a while at that point.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere, man. With this daily comic strip, like, I'm really locked and loaded. Like, I'm very excited. I'm not going to be able to draw the next 2 days probably. Well, the next week until Monday. Well, until Tuesday, really, because we're coming home Monday. But once we get back, like, I'm going to be drawing until Baltimore. And then after Baltimore, like, I don't know that I'm going to do another Japan trip this year.
Yeah. Vlad asked about the Hellboy Artist Edition that we talked about a few months ago. I don't remember the context of talking about it, the Hellboy in Hell Artist Edition, but we do have a video of that out there.
Yeah.
And it's one of those comics that I say, it's different in color. It's different in the Artist Edition because it doesn't have words.
Right.
And that might be my favorite version. So anybody that's curious about continuing to enjoy Hellboy in Hell, check out that video on the Artist Edition because that's kind of cool where you really see his art go from, man, the printed colored version to the black and white no words, and it's like a different reading experience and a really good one.
Did we ever do Screw On Head Artist Edition?
I don't know if we did the Artist Edition. We certainly did the book, but I don't know if we did the Artist Edition.
That's a video.
It'd be worth digging that out. It was fun, like I do some of these covers, like the Hellboy homage. That's in the Artist Edition. I can't remember if I sent you a picture or not.
I think
but,
so.
like I measure them and stuff, so it's like the same page. It's the Charles Burns one from Black Hole. I measured all those covers from his Artist Edition, and they're like an inch bigger. It's like 18 by 12. Doesn't fit in the portfolio of original art.
But you still drew it that way?
Yeah, I had to.
It's a heck of a sacrifice, man. That's fun. All right, Kayfabers. Throughout the day, vids will start showing up on the Patreon. And I think we're going to put some of them out sooner than later. I think I have high hopes for this Bishop one. I think we could sell some vids with that.
Yeah, man, I agree.
Good to go?
I am.